Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening to this, I want to welcome you to a special episode of the Gaming Starfield podcast. The podcast where this week, you know we love y'all because we had to take off the helmet, had to put down all my weapons. You know, I was a little over encumbered, but you know, I had to put it all down in the office just for a moment so I can come here, just to come here and chat with you fine folks on this Saturday morning. Welcome to episode 106. I am your host, Mr. K. Asante, TK Asante on all the places you know we chat. And of course, I am joined, as usual, by my partner in crime, the man whose microphone never ever responds correctly the first time he speaks, Mr. Everborn Saga. What's going on, good sir? What's going on? Microphone check, 1 2 1 2. Everybody, if you can hear us, let us know. If we're having any issues, you know, let us know. Is the mic too loud? Is it too low? Is the music in the background all funky? That feedback is always warranted, always respected, always appreciated. So thank you guys so much for being here. Oh, it says Everborn's muted. Oh, come on now. Is Everborn muted? Speak, Everborn. Oh, it sounds like Everborn is muted. Oh no. It does sound like you're muted. Okay. Okay. So this is Everborn being muted. This is Everborn being muted. Okay. We can't hear him, they say. No worries. Everborn says he's being silenced, but don't worry. We will sort him out momentarily. This is most likely Windows being Windows, as it tends to be, because, you know. Well, no. One thing that, and Everborn cannot be heard, so he is saying a lot of interesting things. One thing that has happened in this environment is that whenever Windows does an update, it likes to default certain settings, and in doing so, it defaults my microphone, and then it becomes a problem, as it tends to be. So let's see here. My mic is all good, and Everborn, you know what? Please keep talking so I know that my microphone is moving. Forgive us, folks. It's the first podcast. What are you gonna do? All right. So, Everborn, speak. What do you mean? What are we gonna do? You're gonna speak. Yes. Hold on. I'm listening.
Speaking. What's happening?
Okay. All right. Testing 1 2. Go ahead. One more time.
I'm at the YouTube channel, and there's recommended primetime movies. Have you seen this section of YouTube?
I have. Yes. Go ahead. Tell me all about it.
So I see Judas and the Black Messiah. I see Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen.
Tell me something slanderous, something crazy.
The Wandering Earth 2.
No. I want you to tell me something crazy, something slanderous, something that the chat would never want you to hear because they can't hear you right now. Go ahead.
One of the movies that I see is War Pony.
Okay.
And it
What do you think
came out
about
in
it?
2023. I have no idea. I'm
Okay,
getting ready to rent it though.
Oh, are you about to talk about the origin story of the PlayStation fanboy?
I don't know what it's about. It's just kids riding on a bike. It's called War Pony.
All right, so
I've never heard of it.
So just so you know, about 5 minutes ago they could hear you. I just wanted you to keep going.
Okay, yeah. I'm interested to see what this is.
All right, sir. All right, so we are back, and yes, I was right. OBS and Windows likes to default the settings, and because of that, it didn't know where you were. But now it knows where you are, and you are loud and clear, good sir. So let us get started, sir. Let us get started. Okay, so.
By the way, I wasn't joking about that. Go look it up. There's a movie, not allegedly,
called War Pony.
Actually a movie called War Pony, and I feel like I have to watch it.
Why? Because it's what potentially the origin story of.
It could be this year's Oscar winner. You never know.
Okay, understood. I see
They
all
say
the
never judge a
lively
book by
people.
its cover, but
You're judging.
literally everyone judges books by covers.
You're judging this movie by its title. Is what you're doing. What's going on, Gerald Matt? Salute to you, good sir. Welcome to all the fine folks in the chat. We see you. If you haven't hit the like button, I'm going to be that guy. Hit that like button, please. If you haven't subscribed,
at the end of the show, then you're not going to hold the line for 200 likes.
Here he goes.
This is what we're aiming for today, people. 200 likes while we are live on air.
Are you going to turn hold the line into woke? Is that what you're gonna do right now?
Yes.
Don't do that, man. Hold the line is sacred. Don't do
Okay.
But okay.
Yes, I'm gonna turn into a 40-year-old white guy that
Oh,
doesn't want to. Let me not do it.
yeah, don't do that. Please
I'm gonna
stop.
co-opt the term woke.
As usual, we are going to start this show as we always do with the games we've been playing. But who the hell are we kidding? We have been playing Starfield and only Starfield. So I think for just this week, we should turn this segment into stories from the Starfield. Field. I will let you start, Mr. Everborn Saga. And once again, since this is a few days after the official release of the game, I don't expect that a lot of people have gone as far as we have with it. So I will only show literally hour 1 hour 2 footage for those who are watching. So if you've seen it before, it's because I'm not trying to spoil anything. It goes to interesting places, and we don't want to spoil that for you. So I have copious hours of footage. I'm not gonna show them because there's a lot of spoilers in that footage. But Everborn Saga, you were sharing with me some interesting thoughts you had this morning, and I want to hear it again. I want you to tell me because what's happening here, for those who don't know, once you unshackle yourself, or even if you are focused on the Prime campaign, you end up attacking things in many different ways, right? Especially your traits that you bring to the game, and the background that you choose. I chose a bounty hunter. Mr. Everborn Saga chose a star thief,
space scoundrel,
a space scoundrel. Yes. So in other words, I chose the Mandalorian. He chose freaking Han Solo. So that's literally what happened, right? So whenever we whenever we go a certain place or we attack a certain mission, we attack it a certain way, or we get certain different options because of what we bring to it, right? So Everborn Saga, give me some of your recent stories.
Yes. Okay. Hold the line or go broke. So let's see. Where do we start? So I don't know if we can go this far, but has the chat met Petrov yet? As a matter of fact, I'll start with a different. Before I get to Petrov, because that you kind of go along the main.
Yeah. That's a mainline story. Give me a side hustle that someone may not know.
Another random one, and I don't know if we talked about this last week, but if we didn't, I was on my way to do something on the main line, but this was just completely sort of random. Where on my way to go land on a planet, I see a space station, and I say, all right, let me go land there because there's a distress signal. I get there and I think everybody's dead, but then when I go to like loot the body or whatever, the guy kind of wakes up, like he gasps or whatever, and he says, there are spacers here and they're robbing the ship, and we are a bank and we have a vault in the back, and I called for help, but they can't get here in time. So can you go and clear out this ship? And if you do, you can have whatever's in the safe that they came to steal, because they're going to kill me anyway. And backup won't arrive in time. So I go through that. This is just a random battle. So I start going through the battle, and the ship is like overrun. Everybody's dead. They killed everybody. So now they see me. They start shooting at me. They start ganging up on me or whatever. But the way this space station is designed, you can go through different corridors and flank them or whatever, right? So we're doing that a little bit. And then we see a computer. So I go and interact with the computer, and because there's this vertical thing that I can't get up, even with my spacesuit, so or my jetpack or whatever. So we turn off the gravity, and then we have a 0G fight because they're all
love that
what
stuff.
do you call it? So turn off the gravity, get through that room, get to the vertical part of it or whatever, turn the gravity back on. Then we're fighting a little bit more, and then we're going through one of those tubes or whatever. Like it's like when you're on Vlad's space station, where you have that thing where it's like a catwalk, but it's all glass, so you can see through it. So somebody like opens an airlock and everything's being sucked out of the room, and now that's another 0G battle. Yeah. So I kill everybody there. I shut the door down so everybody can fall down. Everybody's dead. And then we go through a little bit more, and then we have to turn the gravity off again to get to another part. And now we're shooting our way upwards. We get through the corridor and we get to this last room at the back of the ship. And it's like this industrial thing. So there's these like crane arms that are just moving over big pallets. Okay. But if they move over and you're in front of it, you'll get hit by it and killed, right? So I'm in front of these things, there's behind these things, and there's like 3 or 4 levels of them. And so we're having a 0G fight, trying to fight in between the pallets being moved, right? And taking cover behind them while dodging them and trying to advance. And so it's this sort of battle of attrition between me and then these spacers to try to get to the back, right? And remember, it's 0G, so there's this verticality to it. So they could be at the bottom, they could be at the top. These things are in the way, they could kill you. I get to the back, I get a legendary jetpack for all my troubles. I come back out, he thanks me. The authorities are on the way, blah, blah, blah. Completely random thing, amazing space fight. Did not have to do that at all. Yep. Big set piece kind of thing. And I could have completely ignored that and just gone about my business. That's one thing. Your turn, and then I'll come back to another. We're gonna go back and forth.
Okay, so this is a bit of should I do the spoiler one? Okay, I will be as vague as I possibly can. All right. So at some point, you start meeting formidable foes in the sky, right? And I'm not saying they're aliens. I'm not saying any of that stuff. You just start meeting formidable foes in the sky. Before that time, for a while, for me anyway, it was like, I'm just taking folks out left and right because most of their ships can't handle what I'm offering, right? But then at some point, some ships start coming around that you're just like, okay, these guys are offering some battle, right? There's this ship that I call him my Moby Dick. I have been trying to board this ship forever and a day. Every time it shows up, it's able to like phase in and out. Like it just shows up, bang, 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 like shoots you up, like completely wrecks your ship, and then boom, phases out, and then gets behind you, and then gets behind you. And it's always behind you, right? I have gotten into a 35-minute, like real world 35-minute battle where, I'm almost dead. Then I clean myself up. Oh, it's almost down. And then, because the deal is I don't want to kill it. I want to get its engines down to the point where the engines are basically knocked out. And then I also want to get its lasers completely gone.
I still haven't figured out how to target the engines specifically. Oh, like every space battle I've been in, you just shoot until they dead or whatever. Yeah, yeah. So, okay. I'm blowing ships up.
See how just real quick. See how when you're trying to fly around, right? You put your resources into your grav, or you put your resources into your ENG, or you put your resources into LAZ lasers when you're fighting, right? Those different resource pools in the bottom right left-hand corner of the screen. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
That is what you do when you have to first get into targeting mode for that to work. So I don't know if you finally cracked the nut on getting to be able to target ships, but when you're following them at a certain rate, at some point you then are able to press X and you get into targeting mode, and you can target specific parts of their ship. And at that point, you can choose which resource you want to target. And my choice target is always engines, because you get the engines gone, then they're dead in the water. Then you get the lasers gone, and after you do it enough, the option to dock will be available, and then you can dock, potentially steal their ship, right? And I'm a bounty hunter, so I can't just be walking around stealing people's ship. But if you're a bad guy, shoot, all's fair. I'm allowed to do that, right? So I'm with this guy on a constant, like a hunt. We are hunting for 30 some odd minutes, and then I finally get it down to the point where it says dock. Get this craziness. It lets me dock. I get on the ship. Dude is almost halfway gone, right? Like he's like, crawling, because I guess something blew up in his ship when I hit him with the last blow. Pause for some reason. I don't know why I felt that need.
Listen, just in case, man. It's good insurance.
It's always prudent. Yes. I get to actually sit in the chair, and it won't let me sit. Why? It's broken beyond repair. It won't let me sit.
The chair or the
chair,
the ship?
The ship. In other words, it won't let me dock. It won't let me have the ship because I've broken it beyond repair. Not too much so that I can't board it, but so much so that it won't let me actually board the ship. I'm like, what the?
Okay.
That happened.
All right. So now I got another one for you because I just kill ships, right? I'm like, oh, I'm like, anyway. So another one is, I don't know if this is, I think this is random. I don't know if everyone, it's not random, but you don't have to do this, right? I go to a planet and I'm only going to this planet so that I can jump to another planet where my actual mission is, right?
Yeah.
Because if your spaceship doesn't have, if you're not mapped out properly,
you had the same issue I did. If you want to do the, what is it? It starts with an M. The mission that's at the bottom. That you get one of the first missions you get. You find a secret code and you have to go to Alpha, like a very far. Yeah. And of course everyone's ship can't get you there, so you got to start ship bouncing. Is it the red? Yes. Is it the red galaxies that you can't get to, or the white?
No. It's, well, you have to go to the white galaxy that's closest to it, and then you can hop from there. Yes. And because what happens is you actually have to map out to get there. So unless you've been to a star, you can't hop from there to get to the next one. Right? Yes. So part of it is an element of it being too far, but it is also, have you been to these other star systems to say that are on the route to get there? And if you haven't, then you're going to have to go and travel and get there. But once you do that, you can always jump right back there once you've mapped the route.
Yeah, once you're there, you can always go back there. Yeah.
Right. It's not so much. Part of it is like, okay, your ship has to have enough of a grav drive to go a certain amount, but it's also mapping out the path to get there. I didn't realize that's what was happening at first, but then when you try to get somewhere and you see that you can get back from the farthest reaches, it's just because the route needs to be mapped out. So that's the first thing. But anyway, I'm just stopping at a random planet, and this could have been any planet that I stopped on, but I stopped on this one. And then we get there, and then these people are like, you see this sort of derelict ship, or you think it's derelict anyway, because when you try to hail it, you don't get any answer. Right?
All that. Yep.
Right? So then I go down to the planet, and they're like, listen, we need to know if you can help us with this, because we can't go through official channels, whatever. So now we go down to the planet, and they're doing some shady business there anyway, because it's like a resort planet. But they didn't want to do it in neon because it would be too expensive, right? So anyway, we get there and they say, listen, we think this might be some non-human sentient life. This ship, we can't communicate it with it. It's not using any technology we've ever seen. We want you to go up there and use diplomacy, but don't shoot it out of the sky. That's a last resort. So I go and I board the ship, and the ship's full of humans.
Okay.
Right? And you talk to the humans, and they don't know what's going on. They think the people on the ground are aliens. So the people on the planet think the ship that they can't communicate with are aliens. And then the people in the ship think the people on the ground are aliens. So I go and I try to see what's going on. They don't have a grav drive. They've actually been traveling for 200 years to get to this Goldilocks planet, because they left before grav drive technology was created. And so they expected this planet to be, if someone's there, it's because it's intelligent life or whatever. Yeah. So we're like, well, how did you live for 200 years? We didn't. People left, and we just had generations live on this ship.
Basically had their world be this ship for 200 years. Holy crap.
Right?
Damn.
And now, but it gets better. They're like, well, we don't have enough fuel or anything.
Hold on. Pixelbit G in the chat is pulling your card, sir. He says this is a big spoiler of a side story. Uh-oh.
All right. Well, long story short, you got to make a decision who you're going to support, these people on the ship or the people on the planet. That's it.
Okay.
And that's not telling you how it plays out because I haven't made that decision yet.
Okay, cool.
You're gonna you're gonna come across some people, and you're gonna have to either side with these generation travelers or the people on the planet.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. See, some people it's spoiler. It's a spoiler. People see.
No, but you don't know how it's gonna play. Well, I mean, I guess it could play out anyway because it's not spoilers because you can make this play out in any way you want.
This is how Everborn Saga gets you. If it was a movie, oh my God, he would be ripping you to pieces right now. But if it's a game, somehow he does not see.
Very different from my story.
All right, here's mine. Okay, so, and this is the one, this one for me, it's not a spoiler. And this one for me has no ending because I'm literally at that now. Like, that's where I am right now. So, what happened was...
wait a minute. How would I explain that without spoiling it? I'd like to
you
hear
don't.
somebody...
You don't explain that. Because there are certain things about this game, like for example, what does your L and the R button do? Yeah, you don't, because that's a spoiler. You move on. Anyway.
You know, these are things you could play this game for 100 hours and never
you'll never see it.
It's like
right.
So anything you talk about with this is a spoiler. Okay, I got into some gunfights in space. That's it. I guess we can't talk about it anymore because it's spoilers. What are we doing?
So let me tell you mine. So, you were talking about, is it Petrov is his name? The guy who has the
this is gonna be spoilers too. Be careful.
No. Hear me. The guy who had the artifact or the thing and you wanted to go get it, right? And how you were able to get it without and get away scot-free. I'll keep it at that, right? How I got away with it is I didn't get away with it, right? He and I battled, right? I'm a bounty hunter, right? I mean, like I got this on the desk, so you know what I'm saying. I'm a bounty hunter, so I literally had to, eventually just let him go because I ain't gonna kill him. Because the minute I did, and by the way, let's just be clear here. So although I don't do it often, every once in a while I will like choose the other path just to see what would happen, and then I'll save back. I'll go back to my previous save and then continue where I wanted to go. So in that instance, I was with the cowboy dude, I forget his name, and I'm like, yeah, Sam Coe, yes. And I don't like Sam, but until I'm done with this mission, all these missions, I can't get rid of him. I want to get back to one of my other companions, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm with Sam, and I'm at that point, and I can take the weapon, and we're fighting, and blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, it goes, you can go ahead and take it, but then I'll let everybody know you're a pirate, right? And of course, I'm a bounty hunter. You cannot afford to be a pirate, son. What are we doing here? So I take the unbeaten path. I'm like, leave no witnesses. Bang, bang. Sam goes, no. It's crazy, right? So after that, I'm like, all right. So I return save. I'm like, all right, I'm a pirate. It is what it is. Who's gonna believe this guy? He bought it from somebody who stole it, whatever anyway, right? So I jump into the lodge, right? I just jump into the lodge. So instead of flying, I had just finished like this cowboy missions where they give you like this awesome ship, like really awesome ship. So I really had fun and it was really cool and I got a really awesome ship. I modded it up a little bit, like changed the colors, things like that. So unbeknownst to me, I just jumped to the lodge because I'm trying to deliver this thing. I deliver it, and then all of a sudden, I like Noel is they say Noel's having issues. Every time I try to do anything, they go, Noel's having issues. Like Noel might be in distress. She sounds like she's in distress. So I'm like, okay. I go over to Noel. I'm talking to her. She's like, I can't reach the eye. You know the eye, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He goes, I can't reach the eye. We haven't been able to reach him, right? So I teleport to the eye. Well, I'm trying to teleport to the eye. It won't let me. And the eye you can't really teleport to. You have to literally just go in your ship, right? It brings you close to the eye and then you dock, right? The minute I jump from from the lodge to the dock, right, ready to dock, I get yoked up by the officials. Why? Because I'm now a criminal. No one will tell me why. No one will tell me what happened. I'm a criminal. They're taking me in for custody. Long story short, I am now an informant trying to work my way into the Crimson Raiders, into the Crimson Fleet. Into the Crimson Fleet, yes. And I mean, I have gone and done some interesting things in that. One small little gripe I had. So eventually, you have to go and be introduced to this. They want you to be introduced to this big bad guy, right? Who's supposedly this.
You see Paris in the chat trolling already?
I see Paris in the chat. I 7 out of 10, he said. And you know what, Paris? I'm sorry, but you know, I think you should let your people talk to their people, because they had you with Vlad, son. I'm sorry. They did you wrong with Vlad. Come on. They called him Vlad, made him Russian, but come on. That is Paris Lily if I have never seen him.
You better go get that check, Paris.
I'm serious. Every time I see Vlad, I'm like, that's vicious. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. That's vicious.
By the way, A. Rodimus says he's missing his trying to romance. A. Rodimus says he's trying to romance Sarah and Andreja. I would just like to say that Andreja, she's the ride or die.
She'll help you bury the bodies, son. I'm just saying.
Right. Sarah is kind of a
Sarah is a pearl clutcher. She's a pearl clutcher.
Yeah.
You know. Didn't you hear a Boomstick story about Sarah? So he went through Sarah's.
He got a divorce.
He went through Sarah's storyline, went all the way to the end. They got married, which obviously Sarah can most likely have a lot of different ends to their story. But in his storyline, they get married, and right after they get married, the very next mission, he hits a button by accident, which happens more often than you think in this game. You hit a button by accident, a grenade comes out, or you pistol whip somebody gets hurt, and all of a sudden Sarah, the first thing she goes is, "Oh my God, I can't marry you, you're a murderer," and then she divorces your ass the very next day.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't trust that. That's not a relationship that's gonna work out.
You know what I'm saying?
You know.
Oh, and now
they should have named her Kim.
But A. Rodimus is gonna pull my card. Calm down, sir. Calm down. Yes. Welcome, sir. Anyway,
okay. Another mission. By the way, I think Gerald Mack is right. Noelle is the baddest, and everybody keeps leaving her alone.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. She'll help you bury them bodies. I'm serious. She'll help you bury. And every time you're having a good conversation with her, she'll just throw some really, really morbid, sad, melancholy stuff at you. You know, I've never felt anywhere that felt like home. I'm just thank you. I appreciate it.
The only member of the crew that really annoys me is the diaper head dude. Like the religious dude. I'm like, what? Who invited you to this party? Everybody's cool. Everybody's hanging out. You can have a drink with him or whatever.
Wow. Look what happened to Paris. Andreja got mad at me and dipped. What did you do? What?
You really, you know what, Paris? I'm going to say that's your fault, because she seems to be down with everything. She
seems to be mad.
If you pissed her off, you probably did something horrible.
See, I wish I could take Noelle with me and leave Sarah.
Right, Noelle but she don't want to go out. Good. You know why? You know why? Because she's the black character, and she's like, I'm not dying in the horror movie.
She's like, I'm the first one to be out.
Xenomorphs out there.
Very true. All right.
I got another story. I'm gonna try to be vague as possible.
Yeah. You know, these people are spoiler averse over here.
Okay. All right. So there is something that I need to get, and there's different ways that I can go about getting it.
Yep.
At least if I want to, and because I invest a lot of points into persuasion, I try to talk my way out as much as I can until it goes south. So I get in there, and I'm like, all right, this ship, there's a lot of guards on there, but they're not attacking me. So I get in there, and I just start talking to random people. And there's some people, this is completely optional.
Okay.
But there's a certain set of guards that if you talk to them, you can keep talking to them. They're going to tell you a joke. You get through that language thing, and then you can bribe them for information about the ship. Right? So, but the thing is, you can actually bribe them more than once, and you'll get more information.
More and more and more information. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So you bribe them the first time, and they're like, well, I can tell you the layout of the ship and where a certain thing is located. Okay, cool. Right? But then if you go back and you talk to them again, you bribe them some more, and then they tell you, well, there's some certain dangerous things on this ship, and I happen to know the code. Right? So you bribe them again.
Okay.
And then you can bribe them again, and it's a lot more for this time. And they say, well, if anything breaks out, we got your back, but you got to pull. You got to pull the trigger. You fire the first shot, right? So now I have all this information just from talking to some random mercenaries on this ship.
See, this
full
stuff
of mercenaries.
makes me want to re-roll my character as a different character and just be like that scoundrel. Because I'm locked out of a lot of that fun stuff because I'm a bounty hunter. I'm just saying. But continue.
Right. They're not going to mess with you because you're the law.
Although, yeah, true. Although my
you may have talked to them and it didn't come up.
My jetpack game is strong. Like my jetpack game is, I am almost 0Ging out everywhere I go. But anyway, continue. Yes.
So now I got all this information, right? I know that I can, break through a wall. I know that there's I got people to back me up if it gets crazy, and I can cause some chaos on the ship. So now I have all that information. What do I want to do? I want to get out of there because I'm very much playing Paragon, right? This is, by the way, I did the plastic surgery, changed my character around. His name is Shepard now.
Oh yeah, right? I haven't even gone that far. I need to do that.
So now I still don't know where the thing I'm looking for is. So I have to talk to the guy, right? And I have to use some persuasion because he's like, yeah, I don't want to do any business with you.
So hold on, real quick. I apologize. Lucius Augustus in the chat, pulling my card. First and foremost, sir, this was my first playthrough ever.
Okay,
all right? Okay. This was, hold on. I gotta do this. Come on, I gotta do this. You're talking to a man who has 2-3 days invested in the game, and what you're seeing here was day one footage, sir. It wasn't any mature than it is now. So please cut the man some slack. I'm sorry.
But
continue.
A staple of GCP is Keasante's bad gameplay.
Exactly, right? Sir. So you know what?
So
Take it all in stride.
We're acting surprised. And
we never get Everborn Saga footage because he knows he would then be ridiculed forever, as I am. Wait
a minute. So here's the difference, though. And I'm just this is tinfoil Kofi coming right now.
Oh, here we go.
You notice how Keasante plays a lot of games, but he never beats them? It's because he's terrible at them.
I beat a lot of games. What are you talking about? I don't like a sweaty freaking 100% games, but I play to credits every game I try, unless it's a game that I fall off, and then I eventually go back and then play the credits.
Did you finish Forbidden West yet?
Yes, I finished Forbidden West, and Yes, I am sure I have finished Forbidden West. 100%.
Did you finish Elden Ring yet? Are you an Elden Lord?
No, I'm not an Elden Lord.
No, you're not an Elden Lord. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, you know why?
Did you finish Jedi Survivor?
I am actually 2 of the missions.
Did you finish it? These are yes or no questions.
Not yet. I'm still playing it.
Okay, you didn't finish Jedi Survivor either. Okay,
I'm still playing it.
Did you finish Diablo yet?
Move forward.
Okay.
The question is, have you finished any of those games, which you've also started? Calm down.
Listen, I have my list, and I think my list of completed games, meaning rolled credits on campaigns, is longer than yours this year. Anyway,
we'll talk about that one later. We'll talk about that.
Now,
yo, my backlog is longer than his. That is true this year. Woo! I gotta start finishing that. Damn Starfield. Anyway, continue. Yes.
Blame Starfield and not your bad gameplay. Okay.
No, not at all. Because I'm further into this game than you are right now, sir.
I bet you I'll finish it before you.
Oh, probably because I spend a lot of time doing a lot of interesting things.
Like losing space battles. All right.
No, I'm gaining. Do you know how much credits I have in this game? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
So anyway, I have to learn where the artifact is. Okay. So now I got to use persuasion to play on this guy's ego, and then he walks me to where the artifact is. So now I have all the information I need, right? And then I try to get the artifact, but he won't leave the room. So he's basically like, if you want this thing, you got to. I got to
see you. I got to see you take it. That happened to me too.
And I'm gonna call my guards, and you take your chances.
Yep, that's the same thing he did to me.
And my persuasion at that point didn't work, right? So then I had to save scum.
See, these
and
people
go back
me out,
and
man.
start
journalist mode. Terrible, man. Terrible.
You know what? It's wild that you have a guy that has not even played Red Dead Redemption 2 or GTA 5.
Yeah,
shaming you about a backlog.
You see this? But I let it slide because, like Phil Spencer, I'm ready to take them arrows. I'm not ready to call you out for always avoiding them Catcher in the Rise. But okay, it's fine. But you know what? And for you unappreciative chat members, I will now start like sharing soon. Next time we play this, I will share current Starfield footage, and I'll show you what the L and R button does.
Oh, now he's gonna spoil you guys.
That's
out
right.
Of spite. Look at this.
That's right.
Because his spaceship battle footage is garbage. All right.
Because you want to see good spaceship battle footage, so I'll show you that. Let's go.
Anyway. Dorian Gray said you gathered this footage from IGN.
Damn.
This is
it's getting slanderous, bro. All right. Yeah, this is my resume to jump on IGN. That's right. Next thing you know, I'm a reviewer.
Anyway, so now I have to start the mission over. So I go back to my save from when I first entered the ship because I want to see if I can get out of here without
unscathed.
Right. I don't want to. It's not, and I have no problem killing people, but the guy is so cool. I don't want to kill him. Plus, it's just like I want to see if I can get through this. Without what do you call it? So I have everything I need. I go back. I bribe the people again just because I want their help, just in case. And then I'm going through the ship. I'm going through the bowels of the ship, and then I get to the room where I'm supposed to go.
Damn. All right, y'all just like going to town now. All right, y'all having a good old time with me here.
But then I mistakenly pull out my pistol.
Of course.
Just because I pressed the button by mistake.
And then stuff pops off.
And then somebody's like, wait, hold on a minute. You're back here and you got your gun out. They start shooting at me. They set off the alarm. So I hit the button to go let the xenomorphs out. Right? And then the people that I had bribed to help me in the shootout, they start going off. It's a gunfight throughout the whole ship. I make a beeline to go and get the thing that I came there for, and now I got to shoot my way out of the ship. So now I get towards the front of the ship, and the last one left is the captain of the ship or whatever.
Yep.
And he's like, fine, you can have it, but I'm going to tell everybody. And I have not been playing as a criminal. So my first time ever, I'm like, well, I don't want him to tell everybody, so I can't leave any witnesses.
Bang, son. That's right.
So I did all of this to try to not get into a shootout. And then chaos ensues. Everybody's dead on the ship. And then I go and execute this dude to keep him silent, only to get back to New Atlantis. And they're like, yeah, we heard about it.
They yoke you up.
And I'm like, I killed this guy for no reason.
I bet you're now on the line of my storyline where they're gonna turn you into an informant for the Crimson Fleet.
No, they did because as soon as you become a criminal, that's the first thing that happens.
That's the first thing they do.
Now they're asking me to do an undercover thing. You don't have to do it, by the way. You can go to jail and just pay the fine to get out.
You can meet the lieutenant who will talk to you like a crazy African man, and every time you talk bad, he would look at you funny and speak to you with such an accent that I'm just like, calm down, homie, calm down. It ain't that serious.
But wait a minute. We got to stop right now because I don't want to do this song and dance at the end of the show.
Okay.
We have 117 people watching, but only
absolutely,
37 likes.
Yes.
Please, yes. I don't want to have to start doing the whole like it's
don't want to hold
let's make a deal at the end of the show.
The show for hostage. Please hit the like button,
like a car auction from Hunts Point. I don't want to have to start doing it at the end. If you're from New York, you know what I'm talking about. can we get the likes up so it's not a whole big fight at the end of the show?
There you go.
Yeah,
please, there you go.
If you're watching, we're talking Starfield. Hit the like button, please, and thank you.
So there's one last one that I will talk about that I don't think
is it grandma. Do we get to talk about grandma?
No, we're not talking about grandma. You leave grandma alone. Grandma is it's good for people to
okay, wait a minute. Who in the chat killed grandma? Because I gave her 1,000 credits.
Hey now, stop it. Okay, fine.
If you met grandma, did you kill her?
Let me put a poll up in the chat. Grandma, did you kill her? Did you give her money? All right. So but here's mine.
You can kill her and take a ship but you got to sleep with yourself at night, you know.
You got to look at yourself in the mirror later.
John Wolf said grandma wanted the boomstick.
Oh my God. Oh no, sir. What are we doing? That's just terrible. All right, so here we go. In the chat, in the poll, please. Grandma, either you killed her or you gave her 1,000 credits. Anyway.
Should be killed her and took her shit, because that's what.
Well, yeah, that's usually what ends up happening. That's what usually happens. Yeah. Paris said grandma dead.
Wow. You know what? That's why Andreja left him. That's why it was. He doesn't want to tell us, but it's because he killed grandma.
Cold-blooded.
You son of a gun.
So there's this part of this
world
mission
out there.
There's this part of this mission where you have to walk into this. There's this nightclub. I think it's in Neon. Where no, is it in Neon? I'm not exactly sure. It's good to keep it vague anyway. Where you walk in there and there's this Asian lady who's like really like an extrovert. Like picks up the mic.
Shout out Boom in the chat, because Boom is in the chat.
Yes, I put him on
Sonic
screen. Yes,
is greater than Mario.
No.
Sorry, not sorry.
Come on,
you damn right.
Come on,
damn right.
He walks in here on a nice Saturday morning. We give him a good shout out, only for him to just talk some nonsense.
Wait a minute. You got no problem with this Paris calling Sonic a 7, but Boom comes here talking the truth, and now you. It's an evil world. Evil world out here.
Look, man, it's gonna be a great day when we can finally settle this bet. It's gonna be a good day. The knees is gonna be nice and greased. Pause. Anyway, so does the red mile mean anything to you?
Means nothing to me. I don't know what that is.
Okay, you haven't gone there yet. So there's a place. Oh man, Paris is like every time you talk, Sonic degrades. Now Sonic is a 6.
By the way, listen, Paris, I'm telling you right now, they better not let you review Sonic Superstars for kind of funny. I'm gonna be on you like they was on Dan Stapleton if they let Paris review Sonic.
He's gonna be like, we have receipts. He's not objective. Anyway.
Paris, I'm doing.
I can see him with a virtual picket sign. Like, heck no, Paris, no. And then, of course, on that picket sign will be a picture of Vlad, you know. Anyway, stop. So, you go to the red line, and I won't tell you what the red mile is, but needless to say, it's one of those things. See, now Sonic is a 1 out of 5. See, he keeps going lower and lower every time he speaks.
Because he's biased. He's a biased review, people.
Oh, here we go.
The media bias is real.
Here we go. Stop it. Stop it.
It's not against Xbox. It's against Sonic.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. See, people are going to take this seriously. So stop it. Anyway.
You think I'm joking?
I think he's joking. Yeah, stop it. When he gives you his honest review and tells you that it's a 7 out of 10, you're going to take it. It is what it is. Which,
whoa,
by all
I'm
accounts,
not gonna take anything.
That's right. You're going to take it. By all accounts, is a good score, right? So anyway, long story short, I go and I meet with this international man of mystery who has a ship. It's massive. I mean, it's got like 40 guards, top to bottom. There's cameras everywhere. There's just nowhere for you to hide, right? So you're supposed to go meet them because you quote unquote want a job. Realistically, you want to go there and find out why it is that he's doing whatever he's doing, right? And it turns into a whole twist at the end. Very cool storyline. Needless to say, I go there and I have the bright idea. Okay, this is the biggest ship I've ever seen. Okay, and inside the ship is like artifacts from all around the universe. I'm talking like You walk around, there are vases that are like value at 3,000 credits. This valued at 5,000. I mean, it is a like, luxury spot and it looks like the middle of it looks like a ballroom. I don't know if people have been there before. Needless to say, I go in there, I talk my talk, it goes sideways as it does. Bounty hunter, what are you gonna do? I start shooting my way out. I had to reload my save at least 4 times before I got through that thing. But I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna leave a single person alive on this ship. Why? Because I want this ship. It is the biggest ship I've ever seen in the entire game. The whole thing is like a football field wide. I need this ship. And this is like landed on some on an island, on a planet somewhere, right? You can see the whole ship and that you can go enter through the rear as you do. Pause. So I spend almost 2 hours clearing this ship piece by piece, really like doing this whole thing. Cause the minute that the cameras catch you, then they turn the alarm back on, and it's almost like the guards spawn, so they just show out of nowhere, and then there's like 30 more guards and more guards and more guards, and it just keeps weighing you down. Right? Almost killed me at it. Long story short, I finally get them all down. I kill all the security lights. I make sure nothing's working anymore. This ship is completely empty now. Coming to find out, I look it up. You can't get to the cockpit of the ship. You cannot have the ship. This is my story of woe. And
Why
you'll get there.
So you killed everybody for no reason.
For no reason. And I could, because the minute you walk around the ship and they see you, or any of the cameras see you, then either the turrets come on and start shooting at you, so you can't explore the ship. You have to get rid of everybody in order to explore the ship, right? But I can't explore the ship because people are just all over the place, and the cameras so I eventually had to get rid of all the cameras, get rid of all the people, only to explore around and find that it was a big loop, and you cannot. Like, I even had to Google it. I'm like, nope, they will not let you have this ship.
So, all right, let me ask you a question. We talked about that.
But the plus side, now I'll say this before and you'll ask your question. The plus side is, since he was a criminal mastermind, all the stuff that was in his ship was fair game. So I literally looted the entire ship, encumbered my ass all the way to the ship, and then sold that stuff for top dollar in order to buy a really, really bouded ship. Continue.
I haven't sold anything yet.
Oh, you should
drop stuff that I dropped duplicates or whatever.
You should sell ships, because you can go to luxury like places and buy ships, like really luxury. Unless you're a space scoundrel and you can go steal things. I can't go just steal anything willy nilly, so I buy stuff, or I pillage from the ne'er-do-wells who come against me because I am the law. Shout out to the septic sauce.
Speaking of that, have you done the masked mission yet? That's where you get the note from somebody in the Crimson Fleet or whatever.
I have not, because I actually just recently got my awesome ship. No,
it's like when you get that note and it's the secret location.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I've had it for a long time, but I have been I've been playing this game like, what's the name of that TV show? See, now I forget. What's the name of the damn TV show? Because that's also a big influence in this game. Old TV show. The Expanse? Not The Expanse. Older than that. Way old TV show. It was
Battlestar Galactica.
Even older. Older than the remake. It
Star
had.
Trek?
No, come on. I'll remember. But needless to say, I've been playing it with one ship, playing it like a cowboy. Like a cowboy simulator in space.
Cowboy Bebop?
No.
What are we talking about?
Needless to say, I had one ship for a very long time, and that one ship could not traverse to get all the way to the Mantis mission, I think is what it's called. Yeah, I couldn't.
So wait a minute. So John Wolf says, rookie Starfield question, where do you sell stuff? Go to the Trade Authority. They pay a lot.
The little screen.
They have money to do it too.
Yep.
So yeah, they're in the wells in New Atlantis. I'm sure there are other places, but that's where I go to them. Yeah. Although I haven't sold anything yet. I just did something that exposed them with the power outages or whatever. which the whole,
yeah, me too. I exposed them as well.
thing.
I exposed them as well. So you did that quest as well? Yes.
Did you get to that apartment where there was a surprise waiting for you?
I did. Yes, indeed, I did. At first, I had no lock picking thing, so I had to go back and then eventually get some lock picking things and go back and all that.
Yeah, that's when I learned always have the digi.
Always have some digi whatever with you for sure. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And med packs. Make sure you stock up on med packs.
Yep.
Anyway, so you haven't gone to that mission, but if someone has, I'm at the end of it, but there are these laser turrets, and I can't get to it unless I'm like a master lockpick.
So the TV show Firefly, forgive me. A lot of Firefly vibes in this game as well. Have you noticed it? There's a lot of that Firefly vibe, especially certain missions. You're just so much like rootin' tootin' space cowboy. I'm like, okay, very Firefly. I'm sorry. Continue.
Got some Nathan Fillion action going on.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Did you see the Firefly movie with Chiwetel Ejiofor as the villain?
Oh, bro,
that was the first thing I saw Chiwetel in.
I have it on Blu-ray. I watch it every once in a while. Still one of my favorite things that no one knows about. It's great. I love that movie.
No, he was an excellent villain in that movie.
Yes, anyway, he was. Yes.
But like I said, first thing I saw him in. That's where I started following his career.
See, and I'll even say that the first ship you get is kind of an homage to Firefly. If you look at the ships. It kind of is how it's all like the jets take off and everything. It looks kind of like the first Firefly ship.
If you read a lot of science fiction, if you read a lot, we talk about the Arthur C. Clarke's and Isaac Asimov's and all those things. But if you read these things,
a lot of my own heart, baby. A man after my own heart. Paris misses it as well. Yes, I love that.
A lot of these side quests are pulled from all those various sci-fi short stories and novels. Yeah, which I love that. Right.
I've even felt a few of them that have been pulled from Star Trek, like TV shows. Some of them I've felt some of that. Yes.
I'm waiting for one that was called The Cold Equations. Now I don't know if you're familiar with this story, but I'll explain it like super quick. I haven't seen this in the game, but the way the game has been going and all the callbacks they're doing, I would be surprised if it wasn't there.
Okay.
So you'll have a ship, right? And they only have enough fuel and rations.
Oh yeah.
For n number of people.
Yep.
But then there's a stowaway. And the crew has to decide, do all of us die?
Yep. Or do we kill
because the stowaway came on?
You've seen it in many movies.
Do we make them walk the plane?
Yes.
Basically. And that's the thing that they have to wrestle with.
Yep.
I could see a decision like that being made somewhere in this game.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we just haven't come across it yet. That is a classic storyline. It's been on Star Trek, it's been in movies. You see it often regurgitated with cute little, quirks to them, but still the main storyline holds. No, it's really cool. It's really cool.
So I think that's as far as we can go on experiences without
going deep into
spoilers.
Spoiler territory. Okay.
Now I want to, if you will allow me to.
Sure, please. Yes.
Make a slight transition here. Still Starfield related.
Sure. Yeah.
Something that has fascinated me in my 30 plus hours, 40 hours, I think. I'm rounding 40 hours of the game so far.
I'm actually going to check my time.
That this is day one.
Yep.
Right? Everything that we're talking about in the game
is vanilla.
Again, obviously there's quality of life stuff that needs to be fixed, right? I think some of the reviews harp too much on those things without looking, they were cynical, whatever. That's fine. That's their opinion. But
this is
barring
Starfield.
Quality of life,
yes.
Barring quality of life updates, right? Where do we see this game going? Because that's super exciting to me, because I'm having such a great time. All these things are happening. I'm hearing all these stories, and this is what they did on day one. Now, there are millions of people playing this game, so it definitely behooves them to keep at it, add more to the game, fix more things, quality of life, graphics updates, all those things. How do we see Starfield evolving as a game? I'm not talking about a sequel.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about a separate ZeniMax online version of Starfield, like Fallout 76 and ESO. I'm saying this game itself, how does Starfield evolve? That is just super exciting to me. That the idea that the game will only get better from here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. Although I did hear contrary analysis done by Digital Foundry, I am still on the page that we do see.
Oh, you saw that I tagged you, didn't I?
Yes. I am still on the page that we do see a 60 frames soon enough, because what they're doing is they're currently talking about all the systems, like you're saying right now, vanilla Starfield, without any additional optimizations, without any additional work. This was their stable effort to get it out the door, bang. And they're judging that on, oh, can it be done? If you spend more time in the tank, if you spend more time like optimizing for that hardware, you'll be able to do that. So I'm still on that page, especially seeing what we see online here, like with all the various hardware that's able to do it, right? So I say that, you know, we do live in a world where eventually a 60 frames comes out. Now, so where the excitement lives, I think, is in the mod community. Go ahead, sir.
Well, just to just put a quick pause on what you're about to say about the mod community. So about that, right? It does kind of lead me to this whole, this is the embodiment of play anywhere, that like really, I know it was always there, but you know, from game to game, the experience is a little bit different, just because of PC, whatever. But I have been playing this game when I'm in my office during the day.
Say it loud. Say it loud. Go ahead.
I've been playing on the I'm Black and I'm Proud. What else do you want? What was I supposed to say?
Go ahead, sir.
What are we talking about? So
where you been playing?
I've been playing Starfield on the 3080. Right?
PCMR, sir. Interesting. And yes. And then what?
While the lighting and the textures on the environment and the clothes have been really great and beautiful on the Series X, and I don't really mind the 30 FPS or whatever. Because I just played the whole of Final Fantasy at 30 FPS. It's not an issue. I'm not one of those sticklers.
Well, no. But see, that's a different.
No. I'm just saying I don't care about 30 FPS. That's all. That's the only point.
I hear you, but I guess where I would say it's a different scenario to have is in this instance where you do have a 3080, where you can play it on PC at least 60. Right, and then quickly switch to 30.
I actually haven't been able to hit 60 on Ultra, but I'm playing.
Oh, you
4K.
haven't? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why. I guess my point is test it out. Go 1440p Ultra, right? Yeah. Stay Ultra, but trust me, 1440p is the sweet spot. Take it from a guy who plays on PC all the time. You don't want 4K. 4K is diminishing return. 1440p is the sweet spot, and crank everything to Ultra. Unless you are able to get your DLSS mod on. I've been able to put that in. It actually works really well. You get a lot of frames, and then you can crack it at 4K Ultra. But 1440p Ultra, if you can, right? And then right after you play it for a while, hitting at 60 and above, switch to the console. Even on Series X, you will notice it for about an hour, and then it goes back to smooth again. But for about that first hour, you'll be like, oh boy. And you've also noticed other things, Everborn. I'll let you.
Well, right. So my whole point is going back, and because again, I'm playing on PC, but it's hovering around 45, going up to 50. It'll have to be a very non-dense area for it to even crack 60, but it almost never does. These are ultra settings, right? I got an i9 processor. 64 gigs of memory, right? So
this man is talking PCMR already this morning. Ooh,
no. But my point is, the point that I was trying to make is there's been this seamless transition of I'm in my office, I'll play on the PC. I'm in the bedroom at night, I'm gonna play on the Xbox, and it's picking up exactly where I was. And I'm not waiting for, like, you might have to wait 30 seconds for it to sync, but other than that, that's it, right? It's not like, oh, I've never had a case where, oh, your save didn't process through or something like that, right? It's just been completely
and oh, by the way,
pick up and go.
Two things. One, thank you so much to the man Drawn TJ for the $5 super chat. He says, hey, we need to speak on Xbox sometimes. He'll tell us how to rob a level 50 rifle at any level. There you go. You need a little bit of that pick me up. The man got you. That's cool.
You might be getting a
That's
DM
cool.
from me.
And number two, Lucius Augustus with a very interesting point that I've also noticed. He says Ultra is always a scam. I will say in this game specifically, Ultra is more of a scam than anything else, because when you start playing with the Ultra to high settings, there is not that much of a difference. It's almost like when you go from medium to Ultra or medium to high, you've hit your threshold, right? And there is not that much difference between them, between high and Ultra. The fidelity difference is very, very minuscule, which is very unusual because some games really like give you the ability to dial it in. But in this game specifically, it's almost like, look, if your hardware can handle it, put it to Ultra, put it to high, and just call it a day. Because the various the mushy middle, if you will, doesn't matter as much on resources. Specifically in this game, I've noticed. You know,
so
it's just very strange.
But anyway, I'm saying that to say, I have found on the Xbox the character textures, not their clothes, but their actual skin, like the faces of the
very
characters.
lacking. No.
On the Xbox, I've found them like this doesn't look like it doesn't match the rest of the game, right? So when you look at when you're having a conversation, you're looking at someone's face, I'm like, this is not doing the game any favors. It's not doing it any justice. But then when I played it on the PC and you see it and you see the character models with the full texture work, I'm like, this is rivaling anything that Sony is doing, right? And I believe that the Series X can do this. I just think it needs some more optimization.
Exactly, sir.
So,
exactly. Yes.
But I say that to say, if this is what they had to do to get a stable 30, how much more would it have to be downgraded? Like, do you still get your volumetric lighting if you have to go?
So
60?
I don't think they got a stable 30. I thought I will venture and running it the way we've run it on various
stable
machines.
Enough 30.
Well, what I will say is it's way more than a stable 30. They're a stable 45 right now. But in console parlance, you're not giving people a stable 45. You're giving them either 60 or 30. So they locked it at 30. That's the reason why both on X and S
these days.
No, I understand that.
They've done 40?
That's my question. Why didn't they? They should have done
because if you do 40, then the VRR on your TV or whatever is going to take over.
Well, but that's the thing. Then you have to also then you also have to assume that those who have it, how many people have it versus those who don't. But as Lucius says, you know, an unstable 60 is far worse than a stable 30, which is absolutely true. I'm saying they had much more overhead on the consoles, but they haven't tapped into them because they need to lock 60 or lock 30. Right, and you're right that they could go in between, but Xbox and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but Xboxes specifically have not really tapped into that sub 30, that 40 frames per second stuff. The only third parties and PlayStation have done that so far. So I don't know if there's a reason for that or they just haven't done it yet.
It's just weird that some hardware, that one of the selling points is the VRR support.
True. And they're not using it to its fullest capability, unfortunately. Yeah,
anyway,
you're right.
But I do want to, I don't want this to be a speeds and feeds thing, but my point is, I think like visually, there's room for improvement on the skin textures, the character textures on the Xbox. And if to get to day one they had to degrade it even worse, I think it would have looked terrible. So I agree with 30 for now. But now Bethesda has also confirmed that there are areas of improvement for Creation Engine 2, and they're excited that Microsoft is in there to support them in doing that. So I do expect the future updates to the game on Xbox for the character skin textures to get closer to what we see on the PC version, because playing this on the PC, this is one of the best looking games.
Oh boy,
right? In
this
terms
PC
of art style,
sir. I'm loving it. Keep going.
Okay. This is the first time you've heard me say this. And I played Starfield Cyberpunk on the PC fully. because when it came out, it was not in a state to play on the consoles. But my point is, visually, I think this game holds its own with any other game out right now on the PC, and that's art style, that's characters, that's all that, right? Just having a moment of just kind of being in awe.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just for a quick moment there, Everborn Saga. Let me take a quick pause, because
of course slow-mo shows up as soon as I start talking about the PC stuff.
Oh yeah, of course. You see. How do you know slow-mo showed up? You can see it now, right? Because he is now a member of the station, so you can actually see it when he shows up. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Slow-mo Blackslap has decided to join us.
Of course he has.
Of course he has. Well, hold on. Hold on. Now, of course, he joins us, and my visual of him completely is lost. Slow-mo, can you hear us?
I think my name is too long. Let me shorten the name.
Okay.
Just,
so let's
shorten the slander. Shorten the slander a little bit.
We'll shorten that, and then we'll also get, because I can hear Everborn Saga, but I can't see Everborn Saga, so we'll make sure we can see
me on the slow-mo's tab.
Oh yeah, that's true. We need to fix that. We'll fix that. Don't worry.
He instantly became smarter.
Okay. Listen.
That's just terrible. All right.
I kid.
Don't worry.
This is the second and last game I'm gonna play on PC. I had to do Cyberpunk 2077,
which is why, like your thesis that Starfield visually stands up to any game on PC is like, what basis do you have that?
How do you
games on
exactly
PC?
No.
And the game that you did play.
I said it stands up visually to anything Sony is doing.
Okay.
I still don't agree with that.
That's a caveat.
But yeah.
You ain't got to, sir. Now, the reason I asked Kay to ask you on today, because we were having a discussion in the DMs about Starfield, and you did not want to give a score because Slow-mo's all high and mighty, doesn't give scores.
Yes, I am enlightened. Scores are beneath me.
I wanted you to give
your beneath me, he says. Okay.
Beneath me, yes.
I would like you to talk about your thoughts on the game and whether it has delivered on what you were expecting it to do, and if you think it's doing what it needs to do, and just your overall thoughts on it, since you're too good to give us a score.
Okay, cool. It has delivered more than what I expected, because what I expected was basically your typical Bethesda game.
Talk, by the way, people.
What happened?
I said this is 9 out of 10 talk, but go ahead.
Oh no, it's not.
No. Based on your conversation, I'm gonna score it for you. So go ahead.
No. Look, here, you gotta get the full context. It scored better than what I expect from Bethesda games, because I hate Bethesda games.
Okay.
So it's not a 9 out of quote 9 out of 10.
Hold on.
Because
who's scoring this? You or me? I'm the one scoring it. You just tell me your opinion.
You stop interrupting me. I can tell you my opinion.
Okay, go ahead, sir. I apologize.
Excuse me, y'all. I gotta go get some popcorn. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I'm gonna shut up now.
Kay is gone.
I want to hear.
This is gonna be the Wild West, me and Everborn. No. Look. For full context, I love RPGs, as you guys know. I love RPGs. I play RPGs all the time, and whether it's Japanese or Western RPGs, CRPGs, I play it all. When it came to Bethesda, I've never really vibed with their RPGs, because they specialize, and they are the experts, the best at like exploration, very in-depth side quests. And for me, I've always been like, yo, did we lose the narrative? Let's get back to the main point. So that's always been more of, let's say, when everyone was playing Skyrim.
Ludo narrative dissonance. Hey, you got to go save this person, but that thing over there, 15 hours later.
Exactly. Like Bethesda is the RPG for everybody that has ADHD. You know what I'm saying? Like, what were we doing again? Yes. Who am I saying?
It is called Ludo narrative dissonance.
Now, Cuomo, not to cut you off, but I agree with you here. Whenever I play an RPG, and this maybe RPGs aren't for me, but I don't care about people's problems. I'm like, don't tell me. I don't care about your business. I don't care about what you need me to bring over from another town. I don't care who's bullying you.
Fallout 4. My child has been taken from me. I don't give a crap about what you need. I'm gonna go hunt down my child. this is what are we doing here?
Yep. And if all these NPCs keep bothering me, y'all catching bullets to the face. Like, leave me alone. I got a
I'm
quest
trying
to do.
to save the kingdom or the world or the universe or whatever, and you talking to me about some nonsense. You need bread.
You need your groceries.
To work with this.
And also the way Todd Howard has marketed their games in the past has never resonated with me either. When he say things like, "You see that mountain? You can go to it." I am of the mind that's like, "Yeah, why am I going there? Is there a sword there? Is there a legendary? If there isn't like a reason for me to go besides taking a screenshot, that's a waste of my time. I can get back to the quest."
So remember, the question you have to ask is it a gas giant? Are you sure I can go there?
Right. I definitely don't want to go there. But no, like it's I say all that to say that I really haven't cared for their style of RPG. So when I say Starfield is the best that I've played from them, I'm saying it in that vein, in that context, because for me, although everyone loved Skyrim, I did not care for Skyrim. I was playing Dragon Age Origins at that time, and I loved Origins. And Skyrim, for me, Origins is 10 times better than Skyrim. And that may be a minority opinion because, you know, you look at the sales of both, it's nowhere close. But all that said, when I play Starfield, there are two things that I felt have been negatives for Bethesda in the past that I see that are much better here. That one is the main story narrative. Two is the combat. Because the combat, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if you could be the biggest Bethesda stan you want. That combat is doo-doo chunks. In the older game, Elder Scrolls, is like you're drunkenly fighting with swords. It's really bad. The shooting elements in Fallout aren't that great. They have improved those things in this game, and that more than
they are just generally fun. Am I wrong? They are just generally fun. They used to just be tolerable before. Now, Zero G, you having a good time. You want to go back and do that again. It's fun.
And that is what actually makes it good for me to go, oh, okay, all right, you know, I jump into a system and they immediately like help, and I'm like, you know what? I like to shoot people though, so I'm good. let me go do that real quick. The story, I felt that main stories in Bethesda games have not been all that memorable, but I can see here in this game they have taken some pointers from old school BioWare in terms of having companions that have full fleshed out personalities, full fleshed out side quests, actual like people that you can talk to and actually hold a conversation with, and you actually care about those characters. It seems like they have taken some of those notes there. I'm gonna
be even more slanderous than you, and I'm gonna be like, all right, so you guys are our Mass Effect division. Go Mass Effect. All right,
basically, they Mass Effected it up. Like they were just like, man, we need some. We need.
You guys are our movie and TV show references, guys. All right. Oh yeah. Did you get the Firefly references in there? Okay, cool. Did you get this one? Yeah. It is almost egregious at this point, but I love it.
But it's
good.
But it's so good because it works.
Yes,
so
it does.
It's good. Yep. So it's like it doesn't matter where you pull the influence from. It's just as long as it's done well. I'm good with it. And
I'm that meme while we're playing the game. I'm that meme. I get where you got that from. Every 5 minutes, I'm like, oh, I caught you there. Where did you pull that one? Like one of my favorite Star Trek episodes is literally line for line, story for story in this game. Very, very cool. Yeah. Very good stuff.
And look, Lair the Mantis in this game. Influences from Batman. Influences from a number of different like superhero-ish kind of story background. So it's like I can see.
Did you finish that one, by the way?
I did.
Okay, how do you get past the turrets in the end? Because I can't do anything. I just have to hack the computer?
No, you have to at the end. You mean in the middle? Because that's like that's
not even the end. Okay.
Yeah, so you meet the guy, right? And he's like, I am basically throwing people to the wolves in order to get like this far, and he'll give you a clue on what the turrets you have to walk on the correct letters to spell out a name, a word.
No spoilers now.
I'm not gonna spoil it.
He says this to you. This is fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have it in my hand. I haven't gotten to that yet. I just got the ship. Yeah. I can now get there So I'm about to go to what you're talking about.
But I set the turrets off and they won't turn off, so I don't have an opportunity now to walk on anything.
Oh, so you ran across it?
No. I just went down. I went down there, and then the turret started shooting me, so I ran back up the steps. But they won't go off for me to like tip the.
Once you step on the wrong letter, they're always going to be on and active. You're just going to have to die and then reload.
You gonna have to die, son.
And then reload, and then you have an opportunity to try it again. I never had the chance to run away. It was just like, whoops, wrong letter, pop, and I was done. So but there is a word, and you can get a clue of what that word is if you listen to all the audio logs from the previous Mantis to her son. If you listen to those logs, you will figure out what the word is.
Yeah, so I got that. It's just that I stepped on the wrong letter by mistake, and now it won't go off. But like I said, there's a computer next to it, but you have to have the master lock picking skills in order to just turn them off.
Yeah, I've been putting so much money. I've been putting a lot of resources into master lockpicking, and so far I'm close, but I'm not there yet. So every once in a while, that thing like gets to me. Drawn TJ, $10 super chat. Thank you, good sir. He says, I am sorry I have not been in the chat live in a long time. When you guys go live while I'm still sleeping today, I'm not working. You can always catch you on demand. Keep up the great content. Thank you, good sir.
Well, we appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
Can I address something that Pixel said in regards to Dragon Age Origin in the chat?
Oh no. Here we go. Go ahead.
Bethesda has never, ever matched the number of interesting characters that Dragon Age Origins has, the kind of story, or the actual lands meet section of Dragon Age Origins, which is unparalleled in any RPG. Period.
Even this one?
Yes, even this will look, and I will freely admit this because I'm not capping for BioWare, but Dragon Age Origins was ugly when it came out. Okay, it was 2011. It was ugly even back then.
I've beaten Dragon Age Origins, so I'm thinking, I'm like,
the lands meet is when you have your debate. So look, your final fight with not even a final fight because it's not even the end of the game, but the main antagonist for the majority of the game, the way you defeat him, you don't defeat him on the battlefield, you defeat him in a room of basically a Congress in debate and politicking and getting people on your side and making deals and side room stuff, and all of that back and forth and drama and Game of Thrones kind of stuff before Game of Thrones was even a thing.
True.
Bethesda has never matched that ever. So like, in some ways it does have its weaknesses, right?
Well, but you're comparing different genres, right? It's not like they've tried and they've failed. They've always just been that very Americana, they've been stuck in that Fallout world,
It's not different genres. It's just that they have different focuses, right? So it's just like and those are the things that I care for more than exploration.
So to your point,
because they never care for that exploration aspect.
So to your point about their focuses, I have liked a lot of Bethesda games, but none of them have spoken to me as much as Starfield has, because it's a space game and I'm about that space, right? When you give me the dusty dystopia, I'm not down. The whole world looks brown, right? When you give me the sword and shield, yeah, I get it. Like, I'm just not the guy. I'll do the sorcery thing for a while, but this speaks to me far more than anything else. So I do see that, in that respect, me bringing more of myself to it will elevate it for me a bit more. Maybe that's where you are with it as well. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, let me ask you a question, Slow-Mo, because I've never played Origins, but I have played Inquisition. I beat Inquisition.
Okay.
How would you compare Inquisition to Starfield in terms of storytelling?
Inquisition is still better in terms of storytelling, but not by much. Inquisition, I think, out of all the Dragon Age games, is the weakest on the storytelling front, because they were trying to wrap up a lot of things that were intentionally left storylines left open from the previous games, and depending on some of the issues within BioWare going on at that time, a lot of it its end goal ended up not being as good as it.
So
it could be.
Hold on.
My only reference,
gentlemen, give me 1 second, please. Let me read the super chat because the chat is roasting you guys, and I want to put this on the screen.
Okay.
So first and foremost, before I get to, because they're loving this conversation and they're taking you to task, but BT Maverick 707, thank you so much with a $10 super chat. He says the beauty and possibly genius of this game is that it's not telling you everything and you're able to learn from the great community, and that in turn keeps the great conversations churning all about Starfield. I completely agree.
That's what Elden Ring was.
It is the lesson of Elden Ring, absolutely. And Voidlock, $2 super chat. Thank you, Voidlock. He says, take drugs to reduce the damage and then run past the turrets. That's your solution. So
okay.
So people are taking you to task in this chat, saying that your reason for saying that last Dragon Age was the worst one is, to quote Lucius the Gushers, cap. So how about you keep going?
Okay, his explanation for why it's cap. He said, I think the lore in Elder Scrolls is 10 times better than Dragon Age. That's absolutely ridiculous. Do you even know the lore in Dragon Age? Do you know what the world of Thetis is? Hold on, no. Let me finish.
Slow-mo getting BioWare bucks?
Yeah,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let him dig his grave. Go ahead.
Okay, he said Inquisition is not better than Starfield in storytelling. And in Starfield, do you have one of your own party members turning out to be the actual main antagonist of the entire story? No. Do you have another party member that has been calling you? Hey, the game's like a decade old. Do you have another party member that also has been calling you a slur every time he speaks to you and doesn't get it revealed that he's been calling you a slur until he actually reveals to betray you? No. When it comes to lore, there is I just got the book. There is a whole 2-volume massive book on the lore of Thetis. Starfield just came out. You don't know the full lore of it yet. How are you going to say, well, lore-wise is better? You like it better. That doesn't mean it is better.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we know exactly why BioWare has not released much content in a while. Them pockets, man. Slow-mo got them deep pockets, man. You got to pay him to keep you. I'm just saying, look, hey. BioWare bucks, baby.
I will fight for old school BioWare and the work that they've done. I will not fight for current BioWare. Yep. Current BioWare ain't even the same company. It's a company
BioWare
by name,
lobbyist
not,
over here.
But not by actual. Not by actual content. Story-wise, at no point ever has Bethesda ever outdone Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effects 1, 2, and 3.
Oh boy. See, we're gonna have like a battle.
We talking about cap. Y'all capping in the chat because y'all all on Bethesda's right now over Starfield.
Hey now.
So wait a minute. I think we've touched a nerve.
The thing is, yes.
I can say again, I'm not done, so we'll have to see how it plays out. I was not a huge fan of Inquisition. Like, I love the gameplay, that's why I finished it, and then I started hunting the dragons at the end.
Yep.
I think I got half of the dragons you can get. But to me, the story there wasn't like it was serviceable, but it wasn't great. I cannot compare it to Elder Scrolls because the last Elder Scrolls that I played, like, seriously, may have been Oblivion or Morrowind. I can't remember which one. It was just on the 360 or the OG Xbox.
Many lifetimes ago.
I don't think I've ever really played Skyrim seriously, so I won't speak on that. But just to clarify, from what I'm seeing in the chat, the comparison is not Starfield's lore versus Dragon Age lore. It's Elder Scrolls,
and it's still wrong. So we could just move on.
Do we have any Elder Scrolls lore masters to?
I am not an Elder Scrolls lore master. No,
I'm not. I can't do it.
There are no lore masters to trash lore. Okay, no one cares. Like no one cares about the lore of Forspoken. It sucks. no one becomes a lore master for trash.
Really? No lore masters for I can't. I don't know if I believe you, sir.
Now I'm just trying to.
Now he's just choosing violence. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing right now. He's choosing violence. That's what he's doing.
I do think we have lost the narrative.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button. We are so close to getting 100 likes. We have 159 people in here. Please hit that like button.
Hit the like button.
So please consider subscribing if you are new to this channel. I will let you get your bars off.
They said slow-mo punching the air right now.
No, you punching the air right now. You punching the air right now. You mad at her.
I will let you get your BioWare thoughts off, and then we will move on to what is on the screen here, which is that potentially Elder Scrolls 6 might not be an Xbox exclusive. But please, finish your thoughts.
It's an Xbox exclusive. It's an Xbox exclusive.
Finish your thoughts, sir.
Like, okay, but yeah.
Starfield might not have been an Xbox exclusive too. How did that turn out?
Right, like this whole thought process that like I mean, there's still people now trying to get the game Starfield on PlayStation.
But so are you ready to address we are ready to address the insider gaming article? Is that where we are now?
well, I'll finish my Starfield thoughts.
Okay,
I'm really enjoying the game. I'm about close to 30 hours in.
Okay.
My only really issues are like the optimization problems on PC. Other than that, and then last night I had a lightning storm, so I turned my PC off, and I decided to get on my laptop and do xCloud to get on Starfield. I had to wait 15 minutes to get in. Like and that's unheard of on xCloud. Like you have to wait to get into a game. So like it's a good problem. That means you got to increase capacity because a lot of people want to play your game on PC.
Can I say something
about
on
xCloud?
Mm-hmm. I am not really listening to anything Microsoft says about exclusivity. Mm-hmm. I'm not paying attention to the queues in the cloud, which kind of degrade your experience. Mm-hmm. I am not putting anything past them until this Activision deal is closed. Right? I think that you strategically manage resource and you be very cagey about what's going to be exclusive while you are trying to close this deal, because they're right here at the end and they don't want, and we've seen them take articles and interviews and blog posts to use it against them in regulatory filings. So while a review is going on, do not listen to anything they say. And while they're saying cloud isn't a huge focus for them because the whole thing is on cloud, so they're telling you they're rethinking cloud. They're telling you that
your tinfoil Kofi moment right there. There you go.
I don't think that's that big of a tinfoil thing. I think that makes a lot of sense.
It's strategic. It's strategic. Strategic.
Yeah, I think once the deal closes, you'll see a mass expansion in capacity for the cloud, and those 15-minute things will go away.
Well, I can tell you this. Speaking about the cloud, just because Slow-Mo said so, and I was like, hey, why not try it? While you guys were having this conversation, I turned on the old G Cloud, and bang, there you go. I am now online using the xCloud. I am accessing Starfield. So y'all keep talking.
How long? You said. Wait, how long did it take you to get in?
Oh, literally, I hit the button and I was in. So maybe the time you wanted to get in was right.
Yeah, it was
right,
late.
The perfect time. Yeah, where people were just like, let's jump in. Yeah. No, I've heard people say that it did give you a time.
It was weird. Okay. It said like you got like 15 minutes. It was less than 15 minutes, but it told me I had 15 minutes. It may have been like 8 or 9. But I was just shocked because I've never had to wait to get into a game on xCloud before.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about that there have been certain times where you have a hard time getting any kind of time. You have to wait extensively to get in. It's just never happened to me before. Yeah. But yes, I'm in. I'm literally loading a mission as we speak right now. There you go.
So the last thing I wanted to say about my thoughts on it is that, and I literally before I jumped in here, I watched Digital Foundry's breakdown that they just dropped a couple like an hour ago. So
okay, so the PC one, I haven't seen that yet. Yeah.
it really confirmed a lot of my suspicions. The game is so to Todd Howard's credit and not credit, he did say we optimized the game, and he's right. They did optimize the game on AMD hardware. They did not optimize the game on Intel or Nvidia whatsoever. So much so that if you the better the CPU you have, the less consistent the performance is when it comes to Intel. Like even if you turn on hyper threading, it actually performs worse. There are AMD GPUs that are not in the same class as NVIDIA GPUs that they are outperforming. Like,
bro, just upgrade your PC, crazy. Bro.
Like, yeah,
like Howard said.
That ain't happening, Todd. I already upgraded my PC 2 months ago, and your game should not be this unoptimized on my hardware that I need to. On really, when he's saying upgrade your PC, he means go buy AMD, because that's the only because there are AMD GPUs that are on par with a 4090. That shouldn't happen. So no, you need to optimize your game. Also, Intel and Nvidia likely need to drop another firmware update in order to help smooth things out. But it's just right now it's not awful. Like I've been using like optimized settings that I kind of optimize myself, and I get like a minimum of 60 FPS when I'm in like cities. And then every now and then may drop to like 55 and stuff like that. But like out in the actual open like world, well, it's some planets it may have some issues, but for the most part, I'm in like the 80s and 90s for FPS at 1440p.
I'm not gonna talk a lot of smack right now because I put everything to ultra, and in 4K, I am 80 at the low end and 100 at the high end, and in 1440p. I'm at like ridiculous frame rates. So, yeah. So I can't talk about.
Yes, you are nowhere like everything's optimized for you, but to the point like Lucius Augustus said, the Intel issues are because of how they split P cores and E cores. That's not an Intel problem.
It's not a problem. It's just an problem. It's an optimization point that they chose not to deal with. Yes.
Right. And so, and it's something that in a way, like to reference again that Digital Foundry video, he used Cyberpunk as an example. He's like, here are various different like what certain cores active and not active, hyperthreading on and not on, and see how it scales up. The more you use in Cyberpunk, but not so in Starfield. So like these are things that have to get addressed. Hopefully they do get addressed. But some other little small things.
You know as well as I do, like as Everborn has correctly pointed out, since this is their big win, well, even though the media won't let them have it unscathed, it's still considered a big win for them. So much so that these are all things that will get addressed. I'm pretty sure of that, right?
I hope so. Yeah.
You will see a lot more attention be paid to this game.
But then also like there's some basic PC setting things that are normally just there that aren't there in this game, like a FOV slider. Like not having an FOV slider is insane on a game that has first-person shooter elements. Like that's crazy. Not having that.
Don't worry. The mods are incoming.
It's already there. It's already a mod for it, but it's there like you should have that. That should be standard. You shouldn't need a mod to get a FOV slider or a mod to get anthropic filtering. Like none of these little basic things that you get in literally every PC release is there in this big old AAA game. So like these are little things that they should have present, and hopefully they get addressed. Because like we have to give them the same leeway that we've given other developers on PC that have dropped games that have needed some optimizing, and for us to be like, like down with Todd Howard for like basically less than a week after launch. That's a little much.
Yeah, it's a little. Give him some space. Give him some space.
But not so much space that it's like 4 months later and you're just dropping a patch that fixes everything like Jedi Survivor. Like that's egregious. It should have took 4 months for you to do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, okay. So let's table, because I want to double back to the Starfield talk before we leave. I want to have that. And let's table this conversation for a moment, because when I come back to it, I want people to think about it. And let me pause this. This poll now, because I'll start the other poll while we talk about other things. And my question is, there are people, and on both sides, and I'm not talking about the disingenuous ones, I'm talking about just general people that I've heard that I trust on both sides, that one side says, hey, this is the game of the generation. There's no other game better. This is it. This is it. While others have really, really staunch criticism and go, this is just ridiculous. This cannot be a game of the generation, right? And yeah, there's pony talk in the middle. We're not going there, but just in general. So let me table this one, and I want to come back and have that conversation of what we think this is as far as generational game. You know, is this a game of gen? I consider a game of the year something like Baldur's Gate 3. I think this might be a cut above that, but we'll table that. We'll get back to that. Let me close this poll here. And I asked the question, Grandma, did you kill her? Or did you give her 100 credits? 72% of our chat gave her, yeah.
Oh,
you don't know? Credits. You don't know?
Is that if you got the family trait?
No. Don't worry. Don't worry. You'll get there. You haven't gotten to Grandma. You'll get there.
Main story wise, I just got I got Sam Cole, and I just went. I forgot the name of the city.
Okay.
It begins with an A, but I just arrived there last night when I turned it off. So no, okay. I haven't met Grandma yet.
These are what we're trying to do is we're trying to spur the random things, the random interesting things that you can come across.
I'm definitely killing Grandma though. I'm definitely killing her. I kill everybody. I mean,
we shall see.
We'll see if you can sleep with yourself at night if you kill her.
Hey, look, man. I have successfully done negotiations with terrorists, and then turn around and betrayed them.
Oh, like, you too?
A millisecond.
You know what I've done? This is what I've done. I have talked people out of, hey, I've done my persuasion. I get it. All right, we'll let you go.
I gotta get my persuasion points
up. The minute I'm done and you're persuaded and I win, I turn around and shoot you in the head.
Yes. Like when I got Barrett released, I negotiated that.
Yeah, me too. I negotiated it. Yes. I got him out. Barrett's good. As soon as Barrett turns around, I shot the dude in the head. I'm sorry.
Yeah. As soon as Barrett was like, good luck out there hurting people and robbing people, I was like, you know what? That's a good point, Barrett. By the way, chick. I just started blowing everybody away. It was
all right. What I would like for you to do, Slow-Mo, is if you come, because you can come across, you may or may not. This is completely random.
Oh, he'll come across
Grandma. Flies all across the.
He'll come across Grandma. Yeah, he'll come.
But is she at different places, or is she always in one spot?
Well, you'll see.
Different places.
But she's not always in one spot. So it's not. We can't tell you where to go to find her. It's just you're gonna jump it. You're gonna warp drive to some place or grav drive to some place, and then she may or may not be there at some point in the game. I'm sure they'll force her to come across.
Is it something that as soon as you arrive in the system, you know how sometimes as soon as you arrive in the system, you automatically get thrown into something?
Yes, but the thing is, it can be in any system. It's just whenever the game wants to bring it up to you.
Okay. Yeah,
because it travels all around.
It's basically a random encounter, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, I got the wanted perk, and I'm fine. It's not like I'm dying. It's annoying. Like I'm just jumping to this system so I can then jump to another system, and he's like, "Hey, they're looking for you everywhere." I'm like, "Oh, my, this again."
Speaking of that, so if you get to a system and you pause it right away, that's the way to get out of those battles. Because I remember when when that really high level ship tells you to chill out what you're doing, they're like, if you engage the grav drive fast enough, you don't have to do that fight. And I died in that fight.
Put more resources in the grav drive, does it get you out of the system faster?
Yes. If you drop all your systems down and put everything to grav drive, you'll be in and out in a split
leave your shields on though, just in case.
Yes, leave your shield to 1.
You're getting shot at while you're doing that. Yeah.
Infinite Umbra. $5 super chat. Good morning, good sir. My Chi-Town brother. He says, morning, brothers. TES, Oblivion, and Skyrim take a dump on Dragon
Wow.
Age's chest.
That's
Wow.
slanderous.
It's okay that you're wrong,
No.
Slow-Mo.
You know
and he
what?
leaves
You
a
know
winky
what?
face.
Slow-Mo.
You know what?
Slow-Mo, you got
that popped up on the screen so much later for
man.
me because he wrote that in Unreal Engine 5. You know, all the
All
compilation
right, listen,
shader, nonsense. It took forever for it to pop up.
Now you see when you're playing a video game and then you
man.
find the weak point on the boss and that's where you attack.
And you keep going.
We found Slow-Mo's weak point. And you have some nerves going as hard as you go against Sonic, and now we know that you are a sucker for BioWare and
old school BioWare. I don't know no Andromeda. I don't know no Anthem, and I definitely don't know a Dreadwolf.
I am going to have my artist from the comics commission
here he
a work
goes. Here he goes.
Of Dragon Age Origins getting slapped. That's what I'm gonna have.
He's
done.
just pissed off that Sonic isn't slapped right now. Jax82, $5 super chat. He said, I would like to use the cloud more, but it doesn't work for me, and it crashes a lot during gameplay on console. That is unusual.
And that's exactly what Microsoft is telling the regulators. See, it don't work.
It is not as good as GeForce Now, as I've said multiple times. Like, the only reason why
in this game expressly it won't be
PC.
Good. But that's exactly
they need to switch xCloud to PC and not to run off consoles.
It's not. GeForce Now takes forever to get games in.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting Baldur's Gate 3 in. And it like a lot of times a game just comes out and you how GeForce Now works. You gotta actually own it or have a subscription to this one of the supported services or to play it in GeForce Now. And then like by the time it shows up, it's like you've already kind of beat the game or something. Like the quickest I've seen a game show up was Remnant 2. Remnant 2 showed up within a week.
Yeah.
But as of now, Starfield is not in GeForce Now yet, because I definitely would have went to GeForce Now last night when the lightning storm was going on instead of going to xCloud. But and of course, the xCloud version was using the Xbox Series version of the game.
Yeah, the Series S version.
Yeah, the S version of the game, which clearly on the 4K monitor I was playing it on definitely left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's not what you want. Anyway, gentlemen,
speaking anyway, the story you have on the screen, right?
Yes.
I know we got sidetracked, but
yes, and this is based on new information. Have you seen the video?
What is the new information?
Well, this is a new video, and salute to Insider Gaming. That when they speak, I tend to listen because they've been right more often than wrong.
They're mostly right. Yeah, they're mostly right. Yeah.
Yes. So even if it turns out to not be true, it was said. But basically, 2 days ago, Bloomberg Tech. I don't know if you guys checked that out. Bloomberg Technology did an interview with Mr. Phil Spencer and Mr. Todd Howard.
I saw this.
You saw this, right? And basically,
this is where they asked the question about
yes, sir.
PC optimization.
There you go. They asked the PC optimization questions, and basically they also once asked again about the whole case-by-case basis thing, because ponies be everywhere, so they had to ask about it. So we see Starfield got lost. Is Elder Scrolls 6 getting lost as well? And basically, long story short, it was we want to make sure our games are available in as many places as possible. We're looking at millions and millions of players who will have access to Starfield and Xbox and other Xbox Studio games. It's really about giving players choice and yada, 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 yada. My question here.
Where do we get it?
My question here, my reason for bringing this up is this more, hey, there's a nugget that people are hoping for? Or is this more, hey, they're trying to use this to keep that PlayStation may be alive? Because I don't see it here.
This is a nugget that people were hoping for, I would say.
Absolutely. Holding on.
They reiterated the case-by-case basis line that they said at the very first live stream with Bethesda, and then continued on to not give any new IP to PlayStation.
That's right.
So,
but people are holding on to this is that it's an existing IP, but it's still a new game. Here's the thing. If you look at what Phil said here versus what he said to CNBC when they asked him about Starfield coming, Phil Spencer very clearly laid that out. He said, if you look across PC and Steam and cloud and Xbox, this game could potentially be available to hundreds of millions of players, and that's what we're focused on. So this is just another version of that same answer, and there's nothing in there that says we want to put this on PlayStation.
Right, I agree. Yeah, it's not coming to PlayStation. This is, and when I say Inside Gaming is normally on point,
yes, that's why
they're normally on point with like leaks. Like they get leaks, they never sign NDAs, so they can go leak it as soon as they hear it.
I guess my question is
this
the
is
reason
not
why
a
I'm
leak,
bringing
though.
this
This
up.
is literally them reinterpreting an actual interview, which is very different.
Why I'm bringing this up? Are they doing the whole pony peddling thing, or is this a real thing? Because I am not used to Inside Gaming doing pony peddling. That's what I could call that. You know?
Oh, it's pony peddling, fishing for clicks, and drawing that bait in real good. That's exactly what this is. Because this article will be referenced for years until
Phil said
every time someone thinks about Elder Scrolls 6 and PlayStation, this is going to pop up for years. This is evergreen content for them. Evergreen clicks.
But Phil said. No, that's it. That's what it starts with. But Phil said.
It's like, but what did Phil say? He said on a case by case basis, which doesn't mean. And how has that worked out for you so far?
And to be absolutely honest,
to get
folks,
an Xbox or a PC.
People should check it out. Here's the video of it. You know, we're not gonna play the video. We're just gonna show it in the background. Like you can watch all 5 minutes.
Answer.
Well, I don't want like you're saying. Okay. This does not need to continue being the point, but this keeps coming up, and I kind of felt like it needed to be at least addressed. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's really a factor in the equation. They can fulfill that narrative exactly what they're saying by it's available everywhere.
Optimize it
because it is everywhere.
For AMD, my bad. Go ahead.
I
just saw the
listen
closed captions.
At the end of the day, right? The case by case is COD continuing to be everywhere with new games, right? It's true, Elder Scrolls getting new updates. Whatever service game ZeniMax Online is working on, that will probably be on PlayStation. But
I don't know because that's not a when they talked about existing games, right? Like Elder Scrolls Online, existing game,
that's an existing
new
game.
Content. We already they would the PR hit they would take for not putting new expansions of Elder Scrolls Online on PlayStation isn't worth it, right? Especially if you have a significant
and you already have a release pipeline. You have a release pipeline for them and everything. You'd have to literally work harder to close up shop. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You just keep it going.
But when it comes to a brand new IP,
that's a whole different conversation.
I look at it in the same way. They with a very broad brush without even looking at those games. They said all PlayStation development is over. We saw it with Redfall.
Yep.
The actual devs wanted them to cancel the game. Please look at what we're working on so you can cancel it. Please. No, we ain't looking at anything. Just cut off the PlayStation development. So I don't think they care what ZeniMax Media is making. Just as long as it's all in our ecosystem. And we'll make sure that we uphold obligations to things that we said that we would do. But that ain't one of them.
But my thing is specifically with Elder Scrolls, even if they do have some plans for some other games, is Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be a single player game that a lot of people were going to want to play. What would it benefit them at all to put a game like that no one is currently playing because it's a new iteration of that of that franchise? What would they benefit by putting it on? That's a different conversation from the hit they would take for COD because they're doing what they have to do to get that over the line. But there's nothing stopping them. So there's no regulation stopping them from putting this game here. It is a game that will have everyone forced to talk about your platform and people to beg for a game on their platform, which, you know what that tells the rest of the non-hooved audience? Wow, I should be looking over here. Right? So you're not relying on a community for this game because everybody's experience will be singular. Of course you would make that exclusive. Right? So that, you might be right. Maybe the ZeniMax Online stuff, but it's just like that survival game that they say Blizzard is making. Even though the deal will be closed and it hasn't been officially announced, I think that'll come to PlayStation.
You do?
Because it's a service game relying on community. And I think the next iteration of Overwatch, even though they'll still be Overwatch, but they'll call it Overwatch 3 to sell people more.
It'll be Overwatch 1 but times 3.
Exactly.
It'll be Overwatch 1.75 because they still ain't got the Overwatch 2 yet. Yeah.
The Lore Master has entered the chat.
The Lore Master. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pixel Bit G. What's going on, Pixel?
I'm just saying I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. I can't do it.
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna get the popcorn now, and I'm gonna let slow mo, and I'm gonna let Pixel go at it. You guys,
nah. This ain't to get at the slow mo. I already have my speak about him. The
really?
The best RPG is the one that lets you RPG. Don't tell me no shit about no damn story.
That lets you RPG. So what? It's Final Fantasy 7 not an RPG? Is Chrono Trigger not an RPG?
The one that lets you RPG.
Okay,
which means
repeating it don't mean nothing.
Play game. Allow me to role play in your world. I feel you on the story for that. Whatever that game you was talking about from BioWare and shit, but the reality is,
whatever that game that I don't know nothing about, but I'm just gonna say it's not as good as this other game. Y'all say I'm capping. People came in here with 5 caps on. Go ahead, bro.
Continue, sir. Please. We appreciate you being here, Mr. Pixel Bit G. Continue, sir.
We lost him?
Pixel, you all right? I think we lost it. He came in hot and then he
put
burned
the
out.
Cap over his mouth and now he can't speak. That's what's going on.
He's been capped.
Pixel, take the cap off. Take the cap off. You can speak again.
Oh Lord, I'm sure he'll jump back in. We'll give him some time. Go ahead.
In regards to what we were talking about with Everborn's point about that the survival game, is it because it's a survival game? There's no guarantee that's a live service game or even a multiplayer game. Just because it's a survival game, there are survival games out there that are single player. Like I think Valheim is not single player, but I do know there is a possibility of that. I just kind of feel like you can still do multiplayer games and just keep it within your ecosystem. You don't need the PlayStation community to keep that game up or going. I think the only reason they've done some of that already is because those games were already out on the PlayStation platform. But if you look at prior to this acquisition, look at Bleeding Edge. That was a game that didn't survive. Mostly didn't survive because the game wasn't of high quality, even though I enjoyed it. But they launched that on Xbox and PC.
That's true.
So they excluded the PlayStation platform, which I think was still a good idea. Just that the game could have been better, and it just wasn't good enough to really survive. But I think.
So you think there was a PlayStation variant that was out there that they just never released?
Absolutely.
Bleeding Edge, absolutely, because the game was in development before they acquired Ninja Theory.
So true, it was a third party. Absolutely, you're right.
But if that Blizzard survival game is of high quality as all the internal comments about it say it is, then you don't want to put that on PlayStation, especially if you know it's going to hit. If it gives you people that old school Blizzard feeling, I'm not putting that over there. You want to play it? You got options. You got xCloud, you got PC, and you got Xbox.
Yeah, you could play anywhere you choose to play.
Yeah,
just grow up and buy an Xbox.
Exactly. But just not
but,
there, right?
Yeah, real talk though. I wasn't coming in about the RPG as much as I was coming about this Elder Scrolls 60.
Yes, yeah. You know. Yeah, I really want to understand because I thought they were beyond reproach, but I feel this is a little hooved.
The definitive answer for all of this is ask yourself: is Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation?
It was at some point.
Anybody who doesn't understand,
renegotiated the deal.
Yeah, anybody who thinks that Xbox at this
alter
point,
the deal further.
Exactly. That they care to play that game with y'all at this point, that's over. Those days are over. Like, they're all for the kumbaya when necessary. But if for Bethesda, that's a wrap. They already have all the documentation that says they're not giving you no games. No game for you. It's
no soup for you, son.
There's no game for you, son. Not here. You know what I'm saying? So you might still get the Activision joints, some, as necessary. But Bethesda's out. Bethesda's out. Outside of ZeniMax Online, yeah, anybody still in 2023 putting any post up talking about anything might be on PlayStation is capping, and you a clown. Because you a clown. I'm putting the nose on
He's
you.
capping and clowning you right there.
At this point, we should be past it at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's enough information out specifically about Bethesda. I'm not going to say anything about Activision yet, but specifically about Bethesda and ZeniMax, there's enough actual written documentation that was exposed about that relationship at this point that you could forget about it. And Starfield only cements that. They proved the other day we don't need PlayStation.
True.
But folks still hoping. We don't need you like that. If we could if we can get 6 million people day one on something, do I need you like that, son?
So, well, now let me take that a step further.
So,
it would have helped Microsoft to leave that vagary in the court filings, right? When they were going through the preliminary injunction hearing. But they said no. The information came out where Phil said everything they make is exclusive. That's a decision we made at some point because we need to start thinking about this as a unified portfolio.
And weren't they pressed on this game?
They were pressed on it, and so to everyone's point, I'm sure that Microsoft did not want to put that out there, right?
Yep.
It's good to have Fisher on the hook wondering what's going to happen, right? Because that the fact that you're sitting there worried that it's not coming to your platform is a Sony move.
And it makes you think about
it makes you
think about the other platform.
Damn, yeah, maybe I should just buy the Xbox so I don't have to be concerned. You feel me? So having that, there's some value in having that confusion in the market. But now there's no confusion because y'all exposed it. It's been exposed, right? They basically said, look, cut all those games off. We're done with them.
Drawn TJ, $5 super chat. Thank you, Drawn TJ. He says Starfield is the game of the generation. Don't go to the mech facility. Don't go to the mech facility in Mars. You'll get the ship jacked by an AI. Hey now.
What?
Yeah.
What?
There's some stuff. He says don't go to the mech facility.
For that.
Yeah.
Because I ain't going there.
I did find the mech facility, but I didn't get jacked.
Oh yeah.
The fight.
And then he puts another $5 super chat out. Sir, you are too generous this morning. He says ZeniMax Online is probably making a Starfield online game and it's exclusive. You know what, sir? That is a tinfoil. That is a tinfoil kufi theory that I think we should all stand behind because I think myself and Everborn Saga were talking about that before. Weren't they talking about a Star Wars-esque kind of MMO they were working on? Now that you see Starfield as a game, don't you think that's the one they're working on as an MMO?
I mean, they have a Fallout 76 and an ESO online, so it
falls right in line.
Yep.
It falls right in line.
For them to have an online multiplayer Starfield game?
Absolutely.
Hey, look,
absolutely.
If it's not after this, the number of people that are playing the game, if it's not a Starfield online, it needs to be pause production. What story you guys got going? Okay, throw all that.
Strip that out. Yeah.
It is now. It is now Starfield.
Starfield Online is what you're making.
Yes, continue, sir. Yes. Continue working as you work. Yes, absolutely. If they don't do that, that is ridiculous money being left on the table. Absolutely.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have put a poll in the chat. We'll roundabout. We'll get back to that towards the end of the show. But let's move forward and talk a few odds and ends that we caught wind of. Nothing surprising here.
Well,
Tokyo Game Show 2023.
Just because we haven't asked Slow-Mo and Pixel this.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Something we said at the beginning. This is, for me, this is impressive because it is a 1.0 release. My question is, where do we see Starfield, the standalone product, not a future online update? Where do we see it going? And not just the mods, because the mods are always going to do like the nudity updates and the lightsabers are going to come from the mods, sure. But where do we see Microsoft and Bethesda taking this game? That's for Pixel and Slow-Mo.
Okay, I can see it going the same, like as far as long-term life of the game, very similar to their other releases that there are not Fallout 76. Well, Fallout 76 is in a good place now, but it wasn't in the beginning. It took a while to get there. Their other games didn't need that. They were always like, they hit the ground running and just continued on, and then it had a long tail, as they say. Usually like a game's tail is like the game launches and then it slowly starts to, like, the sales slowly start to taper. Whereas the Bethesda RPGs have usually been consistent on sales and consistent in player bases for like years before they start to taper. I can see it doing that, where people are consistently playing the game, and the way they develop this game, where New Game Plus is definitely of an importance, and going into different factions, or maybe restarting a different game, making different choices is always something that you can go back and do. That replayability is going to definitely allow this game to continue on for people still playing it, like in say like 2026, you know, and or like, remember that game that came out, and the name escapes me. It was a great game. It was like a time travel, like a time loop kind of game. It came out, it was like a sleeper 2 years ago, and it was based off a mod from Skyrim. Do you guys know what game I'm talking about? I can't remember the name of it.
Forbidden City or whatever.
Forbidden City. Like,
yeah.
You're gonna start getting people of the community creating mods or full-on expansions, things like that in this game, and that will continue its life even after Bethesda proper moves on to Elder Scrolls 6 or whatever the heck else they move on.
Imagine an Event Horizon or a Dead Space, like, you know, user created whole plot line.
Yep. Hey,
right?
man,
what I would love to see
real quick,
users could add their own stories as opposed to just
I will give Mr. Everborn Saga some credit here. You know, his Lawrence Fishburne is no joke. Real good looking dude too. I'm like, hey, he needs to darken the skin. He did a good job, right? He did a good job, like for real. You know, there are some stories to be told in that world.
They're a little iffy on the skin tones and hairs in this game. We're gonna let them rock, but
hey, look, man, their hair cards are super basic.
True.
The skin cards are basic.
True.
Yeah, the hair
and
cards
sometimes the angles, you look at it and the skin tone turns white on you, but I think that's a bug.
Gene
weird stuff.
Park said some of these NPCs are borderline racist when you look at them.
When you see the faces, I'm just like, no. I feel like someone at Bethesda went, you know what? I'm bored. This game ain't coming out for 6 years, and proceeded to walk through the streets of Twitter and find every meme, every face, every troll face, and put it in this game. Like, especially in New Atlantis, when you're walking around, people sitting down, there are people who are like, who visually represent every single meme face you have ever laughed at on Twitter. It's just sitting there looking at you. It's just hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious.
We know they have, like, you know, it's 3 tiers of characters in this game, right? So is your character the main group of characters, some of the quest givers being second tier than everybody else.
And then
everybody else look crazy. You know what I'm saying?
And then the Franken monsters. Yes, the Franken monsters.
You know what I'm saying? So
how about you, Pixel?
The question about you know, where does it go from the mainline team? We can just basically look at Skyrim and Oblivion as like good roadmaps for what they'll do, and actually Fallout 4 as well in terms of like expansion sizes. So like Skyrim had like 3 major expansions: Dawnguard, Heartfire, and Dragonborn, which were like major story expansions. So at the very least, I would think you'd probably get at least that. But I think because the game, it's such a big game, and I think it's going to be, you know, pretty popular over time, that we should also see like smaller expansions. So, you know, we won't get Oblivion's horse armor, we won't get anything like that, but we'll get you know, additional ship styles, maybe like additional manufacturing parts for ships, maybe additional bases, stuff like that, and maybe even another faction or two.
Pixel, while I agree with you on looking at its history, because that will tell a lot of the tale about where we can foresee Starfield going, we shouldn't forget about the influence of Microsoft, right? Because everything that we've described here so far has been just within Bethesda's ranks. And now
absolutely.
This has become Microsoft's like baby. This is the next Halo, if you will. It is the next grab them by the gonads, if you will, and bring them to the yard. This is the thing. So Microsoft may have a far more bigger ideas and far more reaching thoughts for Starfield as an IP than what Starfield has.
Are you suggesting that possibly the Microsoft bank account might come into play, and they may start doing things that are a little bit more than what they've done in the past when it comes to
you see them light up the Barclays Center with Starfield, right? I think
true. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the bank account is open. You know what I'm saying?
Even further, because again, like, I do believe that Microsoft is viewing this in the same way they viewed Gears of War when it first came out. This is the IP that is going to define this generation for us, right?
Okay.
And they are going to put all the dollars necessary that is required. And I think through what they've learned from hang on a second, from what they've learned from Halo and what they've learned from Redfall in terms of taking your eye off the ball, and what that means when you do it, we can see that they did not do that here. It was like everybody shows up to work here, everybody makes sure this launches in some sort of an acceptable state, make sure everyone knows about it, make sure the PR, we're treating this as a company-wide thing. And I think we've advertising as well as making sure HCG is right there.
I'm saying that jokingly.
I know. But my point is that they did that when they knew they had Halo. They did that when they knew they had Gears, right? I think that this gen, they know that Starfield is that. So not only will we see expansions from Bethesda's perspective, from the Microsoft perspective, I think you will hear them talking about it. I think you will see it all across the company. And I do think you will see technical improvements to it, because all of Microsoft will be focused on that. And they will try to show this as an example as the shining example of what they can do with these collaborations. And
so are you saying there's a world where Gear 6 does not come out because this is the game of the gen? Because there's a Gear 6.
That's not what he's saying, bro. Where you going with that? What are we talking?
I'm being trolling. I'm very trolling.
I'm being messy, brother.
No. What I mean to ask, honestly, I was just being ridiculous. What I mean to ask is because while we see it as a game of generation, I'm wholeheartedly in that camp. You know, does this success of this IP and this story change things in their purview, or are we still seeing them putting it to rest and moving on to another IP and moving on to, as you saw happening already?
I don't think this goes to rest.
I think this is where limited integration will have its benefits. So we saw how with limited integration did not have its benefits with Redfall, because if they would have been more integrated, they would have saw Redfall was garbage and they would have canceled it.
Garbage. Okay.
Right. Now, in this instance, that we've seen in the past where Microsoft Xbox leadership got too invested in a particular IP, it ended up being detrimental to creative freedom and to actual like the progress and evolution of that game. This limited integration with Bethesda will allow them to be creative as they want, but maybe actually decide to go further with some things that they maybe have wanted to do in the past with their previous IPs, but they didn't have the money to actually do so, or the resources to do so. But they have that now with Microsoft.
True,
so they could actually just say, hey, look, just cut the check and we're good, and we'll do this thing, we'll do all these other things within the Starfield universe. We'll come up with new expansions that maybe actually add like new gameplay mechanics. It kind of like similar to what we're seeing with Cyberpunk with Phantom Liberty, where I mean that was more out of a necessity for CD PR because of how that game launched. But this
changing that Stankonia. That's right.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Wait a minute. I just need to address something in the chat. Can you highlight other Zinc's
Well,
chat?
before I do that, Drawn TJ, $2 super chat. Hey, have you ran into Parasoli at Starfield?
Yeah, he's hard to miss. Yeah, no doubt.
I'm telling you, man. Paris
I just ran into him last night. Like, yo, that P? What's up, Paris?
Anyway, other Zinc.
I just hope that man is being paid.
He better be.
his likeness.
Come on. And then
this is what they're striking in Hollywood about right now.
Then he hits you with that Vlad disappointed look. Oh man. Anyway, other Zinc,
right.
He says, Everborn, Halo Infinite has been in the top 20 for 20 consecutive months. Do you mean the COVID-19 pandemic changed the course of the business as drop the ball? Question mark.
I do not think we can only blame the pandemic for what happened with Halo. And I will stand on the rooftops and tell you that I loved the Halo Infinite campaign. It was a 10 out of 10 for me. And the only thing I didn't like about it is that we didn't get more. So I need to be very clear about that before I say it. Now that has been said, is Halo where we all want it to be right now?
Absolutely not.
Has Halo?
For me, it's dead.
Wait a minute.
Watch
him out. Watch him out. See,
I'm a single player gamer. I'm a single player gamer. For me, it's dead. Sorry.
Anyway, have they not fired more than half of the 343 studio?
Yes.
Yes.
All the single player side.
They completely changed all the leadership.
Right. All
the
whole
single player guys. All the single player side is gone. So to me, it's dead.
Right. So do we know when the next story thing is happening for Halo?
No.
We know, right? We know as much about Halo as we know about Sony's future lineup.
Right. In other words, dead.
Nothing. Yeah, basically nothing.
So the game.
You keep saying watch your mouth, but then you're proving my point for me.
Dead. So Halo, they have dropped the ball from it being a premier IP. Right? They could have continued carrying the ball and gave me and Pixel another update to the campaign. I didn't care about that split screen stuff not having it, right? I was even rocking with him with Craig Face, but now I don't know what's happening with one of my favorite gaming IPs. And this is not for me to crap on them, but I think that they've learned the lesson. And when Halo comes back, whenever that is, right? It's now gonna have to fight for the top position as mainstay Xbox IP. Now that can be looked at as a good thing.
Within its own camp, which is a good thing,
right?
Within its own camp, yeah.
I just want to reiterate again, as someone who plays the multiplayer consistently, has just under 1,000 matches in 144 hours.
It's good. It's good in there.
The multiplayer is good.
I will turn my pinky up very quickly. I will turn my pinky up for him because he can't see his pinky in the air right now. So I'm doing it.
Right. And I'm not going to bring up my KD or my KDA.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that. We know you're the slaughterhouse man.
He is the co-host of the DPS podcast for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
That said, the game had massive desync issues at launch to the point where many Halo hardcore players that play way more than I do stopped playing the game and went back to Master Chief Collection because it was sickening. There was a lack of maps. There was a lack of modes that usually are there at launch in multiplayer. Not just talking about the co-op that was missing from the campaign, which is the reason why all my buddies didn't play the game and still have yet to play the game because it left their purview as far as they're concerned. By the time that came out a year later, they was like, I moved on to other stuff. It's too late, and that's kind of like very similar to how I feel about Redfall and 60 FPS. By the time they drop a 60 FPS patch, ain't nobody there left to play it. It's not going to matter.
Right.
So, all these reasons and the player base dropping to the levels that it is now, where even Battlefield 2042 has more concurrent players on an average basis than Halo does. All of this equals into the reason why leadership had to be replaced, why they unfortunately lost the campaign team, or the reason why we don't know when there's going to be any more story-based content. So we can't call that a success. They would not call that a success if they were asked straight up. So we can't call it a success.
So
seriously.
Here's the best way to succinctly talk about this. Do you want the next Halo to launch the way that this Halo launched and have that be the conversation around it?
Hell no.
Because if you want that to happen again, if you don't want that to happen again, then there are lessons to be learned. And that's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Right.
And I absolutely believe it won't be launched like that. I believe in Peter, his last name, but the guy that fixed Master Chief Collection is now he's now running 343. I think that was the best decision. He's also a brother, so I like to see my brother succeed, and I think that he's going to do great.
To come back and get some love, because we know how they didn't lock and why people didn't like him, but that's another discussion.
I actually believe
he's out
if you look at listen to some of the audio logs in the campaign, they actually mention Locke.
Yeah.
I actually believe, and they had a action figure.
That's what I thought
Locke.
we were gonna get.
He's out there.
He's out there. I think they intended in further like future expansions to bring him in there, but all that stuff got canceled. So.
Do y'all recall prior to
Joe Statham, Roundhouse kicked his storyline out of the whole thing, so he was taken away. He was part of the original storyline. That's why
we don't want
action
we
figure
don't
has it.
Wait a minute. Other Zinc, please. Please. You don't have to do this.
What's up?
You're talking to people who love Halo. We were not out there on the Halo hate campaign, which did exist, right?
Yeah.
He says that Halo Infinite launched flawlessly. Ask EA. That was a quote from EA. It is okay
He's taking EA out of context. Is what he's doing.
Jesus Christ.
It is okay to have constructive criticism. That's all I'm trying to do. It's okay. We are all
Halo
friends.
lovers here. We are Halo lovers on this panel. Like, I say Halo is dead, and I say that facetiously because I miss my Halo campaigns. Short of No Man's Sky, Halo Master Chief Collection is my top played game. Well, and Destiny 2 actually. Top played game on Xbox by hours and hours and hours. So I want more campaign love.
I think the ultimate point is, and I don't want to harp on this too long. I just think we have to be able to have these conversations. They're very different from the people that just are doing it for shock value or have a hate, whatever for the.
Because some salacious
look up my
things
receipts.
are said. That's right. Just because some salacious things are said, things that you may not agree with on first blush, does not mean that he's grown some ears and all of a sudden he's wearing hooves.
No, but all I said is Microsoft learned lessons from Halo. I don't think that's. Unless you think there's nothing to be learned.
Look, even the hardest Halo stan has to admit there were a myriad problems, right?
It's dead to me.
Let's keep it a funk, right?
This is Kay Asante doing his and then he's like, no, I don't play in those, I don't step in those waters, and then he'll say the trigger hot words
he's being
that are gonna get people upset. Then he say, I don't know nothing. Kay Asante is the king of throwing stones and then
single
hiding
player is dead. You don't know the next campaign.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about. And I am a single player stan.
But the franchise is not dead quite.
To me, the single player is the story.
See, again, throw stones, hide hands.
Dead.
Now the point is, I think the ultimate point that I'm trying to make is I do believe that there were lessons learned from Halo, there were lessons learned from Redfall, and there are lessons to be learned from Starfield about how to manage hype successfully, right? I think that the game has delivered, and I think that we are beginning to see, we're going to need some more evidence of this, but this, provided they don't mess up the next big release, is going to be the beginning of them firing on all cylinders. So by the time we get to the next Halo, I think they will be able to successfully manage expectations, manage hype, and release it in a state that everyone loves it.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
I believe in
clearly,
Peter. Okay,
ladies and gentlemen,
I believe in Peter.
Pierre Heinz, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, believe
Pierre,
it or not,
I can give it to this man Peter.
Yes.
My bad, Pierre.
Believe it or not, clearly my panel members don't want to talk about Tokyo Game Show, so we'll move swiftly along.
Oh no, we can talk about there's something very important about Tokyo Game Show that needs to be brought up.
All right. Go ahead, Slow-Mo. Hit me with what's important about Tokyo Game Show, please.
it was announced here, I believe, that Roblox is going to PlayStation.
Yes.
Yes, it was. Yep.
Yes,
that is super important because Roblox,
Huge
believe it or
news.
not, has more players than probably 99% of every live service game that's out there.
Yep.
Roblox is massive.
The only game that's close to the only game that's close to dethroning Minecraft, Roblox.
Well, I do need to add something to this, right? Because I have kids that like play Roblox religiously, right?
Mine too.
What I was told, they had no idea about the whole exclusivity to Xbox thing.
Yep.
The hardcore Roblox players, the kids, they'll tell you that the console experience is very different because it's kind of locked down in certain ways.
Yeah.
That they're like, we'd rather play in the browser than play on the Xbox.
It's not locked down enough, if you ask me. I can't stand Roblox, but
yeah.
Right.
I have been successful in keeping my children off of it. They're right now solely Minecraft bound.
I have a 7-year-old daughter that has nightmares based off of the screen cap of one of the games.
My son is my youngest son as well. Yep, Roblox.
They have very bad parental controls, man.
Yeah.
Like I've enabled everything I can, and yet somehow
it doesn't work. It's
some
not enough,
weirdo game still shows up when my daughter is searching for games in Roblox. So
my 6-year-old, I've been able to keep her to Minecraft so far.
Think about this. Your kids tell you, and she's 13, so she can handle it a little more, but she's like, yeah, they just locked down everything. I'm like, wait a minute. What are you trying to get to exactly that you don't want locked down? But every time I look at her playing Roblox, she literally like has to clock in like she's going to work, because she's like, you got to work because I'm building a house and I'm building a dorm room and it costs this many thousands.
Is she playing the same game my daughter's playing?
Yes, I'm telling you, it's wild. Like she has a job in Roblox.
Aaron is in here completely ruining parents left and right. He says Roblox is dope. Sorry how you feel. Get out of here, Aaron. What are you doing?
Look, it going to the PlayStation platform is huge. It's huge.
It's monster news.
The only reason my kids have Xboxes is because of Roblox. They don't play nothing else. I try to get them into other things. Like my son will begrudgingly play Fortnite with me and my friend and his kid, but he just wants to go back to Roblox. My daughter, she's probably on it right now. In that little game that Everborn talked about, changing her character's hair, building their little Barbie house and whatnot. And it's just like they could be in that all day long.
Yeah.
It going to PlayStation.
There are YouTubers who basically my daughter watches from kids YouTube, and all they do is do that exact thing. Change their hair, build the thing, all this. Thousands of views daily. Anyway, continue.
Going to but this is the question where I don't really know the answer to it, right? Because how much has Roblox being exclusive to Xbox actually helped Xbox? Meaning how much of how important would it be? And when this is only anecdotal, right? My kids prefer to play in the browser just because it's a more open experience. So is it going to be similar to what it is on the Xbox? Because I don't like you got your kids the Xbox before that because it had more controls, but how many people are going to do that on the PlayStation versus kids just not caring about the console and just wanting to play in the browser for that kind of game? Will it actually be a big deal coming to PlayStation is what I'm getting.
My kids only play Roblox in the browser when they're on their tablets. But they prefer to play it on Xbox. So maybe it's just different. Not everyone has the same preferences.
Now, Everborn, here's an interesting side hustle about all this. Slow-mo, I don't mean to cut you while he's talking about this. You are asking, will it be that big a deal on PlayStation? The question is, will PlayStation push it to become the big deal on PlayStation? Right? They've lost COD. This is another silent giant.
They lost COD.
They've lost COD to them in their estimation. To their standard, they have now lost COD. It's there, but you
and
can't
I
pimp
think
it.
that's a smart business decision on their part to operate as if you lost
As
it.
if you've
You're
lost
still
it,
getting the
because
revenue from it,
yeah.
but you never know
That's
what
right.
might happen in the future.
It's not your
You need to
baby
build
anymore.
your own stuff.
That's right.
Right.
So my question is, does this present them an opportunity to go, hey now, here's some PlayStation exclusive content for Roblox. Because they know Roblox is monstrous. It is it's not for us, but it is the juggernaut that you don't pay attention to.
What I'm saying is, do the Roblox players actually care about PlayStation exclusive content or Xbox
that's my question.
Content?
But
And
Sony
can't get the marketing rights here because Microsoft is an early investor into Roblox, right? So the market, I mean, no one markets Roblox anyway. You don't have to.
But
they would not be able to get any really
kids,
out of it.
Kids in their mouths market Roblox. Look, last year Roblox made $2.2 billion. Last year alone.
By the way, that's the acquisition Microsoft should have made because they were in there.
Oh, absolutely. They should have been jumped on this. I don't know.
They should have never let them get to IPO.
Roblox I don't think in the documentation, right?
I don't think they would have been allowed to do that, because had they done that, people would have been like, they own Minecraft.
No. But I'm saying you
that's
don't understand how early Microsoft was on this.
Oh no,
right?
yeah, they've been on them. They were on them way early.
Yes. In the early days, they could have. Right? It got so popular that they
can't.
Whatever.
Now,
I just think
they should have bought them when they were growing, and they were like, "Wow, this one weird, game that has all these other little small, low budget looking games
Minecraft
is really growing."
Yeah,
they should have made that deal like 4 years ago.
If they did that though, there's no chance they would have gotten ABK. Like,
no, not with Roblox too. No, absolutely not. But what I'm saying about
you're not gonna be out here owning Roblox, Minecraft, and COD.
Yeah, that's not happening.
what I'm saying about it going to PlayStation is that's a whole new community that's actually bigger than the Xbox community that is now has access to it. It's not going to take much. They don't need the marketing. All you guys know is that there's going to be kids in class that own PlayStations and not Xboxes, and their other friends that play Roblox are like, we can play Roblox now.
Yeah.
And if it's got crossplay, it's a wrap.
And this is what I'm talking about. Is this not the perfect opportunity for Sony to wrap their arms around Roblox and go, hey, you can play it on us? Because to the point that Slow-Mo is making, right? He bought Xboxes for his kids to play Roblox. Only reason why they turn on the Xboxes, right? But chances are, there are PlayStations in households that have nothing to do with Roblox. People still, to this very day, call PlayStation the name of gaming. So there's a lot more households that just happen to have PlayStations than they do now. And the question you also have to ask yourself, they say it's coming to PlayStation. Is it PlayStation 5 alone? Or is it coming to PS4 as well? Because this game is not very performant.
Why wouldn't it come to
it's more like
I don't know. I still think the jury is out.
In that world, I will agree with Slow-Mo that they will overnight get a huge influx of players, because now you have that box that's always been there that you couldn't use for this thing. You can now use for this thing. All Sony needs to do is kind of pimp it a little bit, and they could become the new house of Roblox, even though it's available everywhere. It's a very interesting opportunity.
What are we talking about? The new house of Roblox? Wait a minute. All these years, no one has considered Xbox the house of Roblox. There's been no marketing.
True.
No one associates it with Xbox.
Because they
Microsoft
have Minecraft. There's no way for Microsoft to really push Roblox
but no
like that
one
because it's Minecraft.
Aesthetically, they look the same.
Exactly.
Like a lot of the games in Roblox look like Minecraft characters.
Yes.
No one.
So what?
No one looks
what
at Roblox. Minecraft
as
an Xbox IP either, though it is. I don't think you
the
can
mistake you're making, Everborn. What we're saying is what Sony can do, Microsoft can't. Sony can wrap their arms around this thing and now have their competitor, their Baldur's Gate 3, if you will. Oh no. Shit. Testing 1 2.
Agnostic thing. I
no.
don't know
What
if
happened
anyone can
Claim it as their own.
anyone
Yeah, I feel
can
you on
wrap
that.
their arms around it. And
Yeah,
be,
yeah.
like,
No
associated.
no one's going to claim it as their own, but Sony isn't going to scoff at the revenue that's going to come in through this. It's
Sure,
going to
sure,
be
sure,
massive.
sure.
It's going to get they're going to get a lot of money.
I
off
just
of this.
what I'm saying is I don't think it's a COD replacement in terms of brand
no.
association.
What I was trying to say is I suspect that it is in Sony's best interest to try and make it the monetarily anyway their
But
COD replacement.
But they can't is what I'm getting at. And
Time will
anyway,
tell.
we'll see. We will see. I
by
just
the
don't
way-
think that book is written yet. That's all.
By
I'm
the
saying.
way,
True,
there's
true.
actually a
Mhm.
first-person shooter. There's a number of first-person shooters or shooters in general in Roblox. I've played a few.
That are
Some of them are
good.
pretty
Yeah.
good.
That-
Yeah.
Yo, there's a first-person
look
shooter
like
on Roblox that is like, yo, it don't look like regular Roblox games.
Mhm.
It is dope.
But
I
you
mean,
know,
it's really good.
Roblox
Don't
has
do
a-
that.
a actual
Come on,
developer
Graybeards.
engine
Don't
in
do
it,
that.
right?
Don't do
It
it.
has a developer.
Hey,
engine.
look, man,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I went
We're
in
not
there.
gonna
I
go
was
down-
straight
yeah.
murking them little
See,
kids,
look
man.
what
They had
happened.
no idea.
Look what happened, ladies and gentlemen. You see what happened? This is the conversation we had about maybe 2 years ago, and now we can't get rid of Fortnite. Now here's Roblox. Oh Lord.
Yo,
Get out of here with all
it was
that.
like if I was playing basketball at an elementary school and I just
Dunking on
dunked
kids.
it on little kids. I mean, I went like I think I had a match where I was like 75 kills and like 2 deaths. It
This
was
is terrible.
It was
And here
terrible.
come my son talking about, why are you talking about Roblox, my favorite game? Get
You
outta
should
here
be
with that.
ashamed of yourself, Slow-Mo. You should be.
I should be, but I'm not.
Slow-mo out here ruining Roblox for all the
So-
7-year-olds. Thanks,
So
Slow-mo.
we had a
welcome.
quick blip. We had a quick blip in StreamYard, but we're back now. Let's quickly move forward before it blips on us again. I wanna talk about some of these stories, and we'll get through them as quickly as we possibly can. I'm
Right.
sure you guys.
By
heard
the
about
way,
this. Uh-huh.
ChatGPT says that Microsoft has no direct ownership of Roblox.
No, of
So
course not.
even though was exclusive for all these years.
No,
I
they
thought
don't.
they
Nothing to do
funded
with-
them at some point. Like they
That's
gave
what
them
I
thought
like
too.
some money. or
There was
something.
some funding. There is some funding, but that doesn't mean you directly own them, right? I mean, you know.
No. It just means you just, like, I mean, and it was
Hey,
beneficial
man.
for them to do that at the time, of course.
Hey
but-
man, Microsoft funded Apple. Who thinks that Microsoft owns Apple now? It
Right.
is
Fair
what
enough.
it is.
Fair
They
enough.
should have pulled the 10 cent and say, we'll give you the money you need if you give us 5% ownership.
There you
of
go.
the
There you go.
company."
You know what I'm saying? So they
That
didn't do
would've
that.
Gone a long
here we
way.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So let me-
that would have really helped with that monopoly talk about. That would really help.
Mhm. Yes. So let's get back to this real quick.
Mhm.
Sources say the Switch 2 was demoed at Gamescom. And oh, by the way, it was demoed playing the Matrix demo, which, if you think about it, means Microsoft has helped put together the Nintendo Switch 2's marketing in the smallest possible way. What do we think about this? There are rumors and speculation about what it looks like, about the speeds and feeds of it.
Yep.
I will let you start, Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap. I know you threw yours in the rivers of Lake the Minnetonka. But what does this say to you?
My,
sir?
my wife bought me another one.
Your wife bought you another
for my,
one, yeah.
For my birthday. And I couldn't
Uh-huh.
be like, baby, I don't want this. But like, I just kind of just kept it. So I have a Switch OLED.
And
but,
have you heard
I-
some of the rumored specs on this thing?
Yes, and some of it is impressive. Like it's going to feature DLSS, a DLSS 3.1. So it's going to actually have the ability. I think with that, absolutely. Not only are we going to be able to see resolutions that we were supposed to be getting with the Nintendo Switch, but far more games running at a consistent 60 frames per second, at least docked.
Yeah.
We can expect that. But I think the one thing that's always been missing in this this talk about the Matrix demo being shown on the Switch 2 is that it was running at target spec. And that's the target spec of the Switch 2, not necessarily because when you say everyone remembers the Matrix demo and they remembered how impressive it was on PC and on Xbox and PlayStation, and then you hear that it was running on the Switch 2 and people automatically think about how it ran on their Xbox, and it's like, whoa, pump the brakes. target spec for that Switch 2, so it likely was not running at the same visual fidelity or like all the bells and whistles that it ran on Xbox and PC. But the fact that it does run, period, is amazing.
That's only partially true.
Okay.
Well, explain.
It runs on the Xbox Series S.
True.
So the specification would be between S and a PS5, right?
Yes.
Somewhere in that range, right?
Yes.
Well, I think we're running on the target specs. Like, we don't know what changes were made to that demo to get it running on the Switch 2. I think there's a lot of information that's left out here.
Yeah.
Because I think the series, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Series S is still more powerful than the Switch 2. But just
remember the Series S is plugged in, so that makes a whole different situation. And NVIDIA and their optimization.
The Series S is also multiple years old. This is newer hardware.
True.
And this has the advantage of being able to use something like DLSS, which the Series S can't.
Yes,
exactly.
Wait a minute. Here, I have a question. I have a question
by NVIDIA that will allow DLSS. The thing we're going to see why NVIDIA is better than AMD is what I'm saying. You will see that from this.
Yes. And I don't disagree on that. Go ahead, Everborn.
I have a question. So it is still going to be a handheld device. So we know it's not going to be up there with the Series
Thank
X
goodness.
and the PS5.
Dockable still.
Right?
Thank goodness.
So it is more than likely going to be around the power of the Series X. Right?
Yeah, it could be around a ROG
Series
Ally.
S, ROG Ally. Yep, that's what you're looking at. Yes.
So now let me ask you guys a question. Is any developer gonna come out and slander Nintendo and say that the Switch 2 is holding back development? Or are they gonna shut the F up and do what they gotta do because they want access to that?
Hold on. This is another example.
Here we go.
This is another example of Everborn Saga laying too long with the dogs. And now the fleas are affecting our conversation.
No,
this is a legitimate question.
He's asking the right question.
No, he's
not. Do you hear that?
Wait.
Did you hear that?
Because
this is about Baldur's Gate and Larian, right?
I
know.
No, it's bigger than that. It's
bigger
than that. We've been hearing the Series S is going to hold back game design since 2020. This is bigger than Larian.
What came first? Or Everborn, what came first? Did Larian just come out and just volunteer that information, or were people asking why?
But I'm not talking about
hold on.
Let me finish
the question. Did Larian come out and reply to why people were saying when they showed their trailer or their announced their release date, Xbox was missing? Did they volunteer that information, or was that a response to all the people asking?
It was a response.
Yes. Okay. So when you're saying they're like, could they have not been as open about what the reason was, and they could have just said we're just still working on that version? Sure.
So gentlemen, can I pull some host privilege real quick and say let's talk about the potential benefit of this new device. Let's be happy that the Abacus is finally. This is a chance for the people that made Tears of the Kingdom to use hardware from this generation. Holy crap, what can they do?
That's
Screw
fantastic.
That other talk.
We all love it. Fantastic. Now back to this dumb question Slobo asked me.
How was it a dumb question?
I will tell you how it's a dumb question, because nobody was talking about Larian, and you made it about Larian. But since you did make it about Larian,
you made it about Larian. What's your insinuation, sir?
It's okay.
You are
made it about Larian. Now we talking about Larian.
The show is ruined.
Ever insinuation saga is who you are, man.
Wait a minute. Now, if I was a cynical man, right, I could embed people in the audience to ask me a softball question that I already got the answer to. I'm just saying. Okay.
Everborn,
that is the first.
That is crazy. That is crazy talking.
Yo, son.
Come here
They got agents. They got agents in the audience.
It's over, right?
All right, look.
Rein it back in, gentlemen. Rein it back in.
What was the actual question now that Everborn has taken us down the rabbit hole? What's going on?
Okay, all I wanted to know is if we're gonna hear this holding back.
We don't need to talk about that. Come on, man.
And this community manager talking about.
All right, let's do this.
Develop on the Nintendo.
Ever
Go to the
insinuation
pull-up,
saga,
boy.
man. He's at it again.
Oh, man.
See? And you think I'm a secret pony?
fine.
No, this is
No,
secret
y'all
drama
don't want to
king.
say it.
Drama
Y'all don't
king
want to
over
say
here.
it, but I'ma say it.
Yo.
I got the talk. But go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Y'all go
You
ahead.
know what? Moving swiftly along, Mr. Pixelbit G, sir. Before you were
Yes,
so
sir.
rudely interrupted by the Kofi wearing peanut gallery over here, I was about to ask you about all these lofty potential specs that we are seeing here on the screen.
I see loft and I see some deep hopes going on here because that, even though I mean, yeah, you know, Nvidia's ray tracing is good. I mean,
Yes.
it's the best.
It's the best.
But have we seen it in handheld form? Is there any
natively no. Natively
no, right? So that ray tracing capabilities,
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Hey, but let's be clear here. Let's be clear here. Even AMD, who you will clown and you will slander, right? Their ray tracing capability on handhelds, even though they don't pimp it, is actually pretty good. It's pretty decent. You can play Doom Eternal with ray tracing on solid 30 on this guy, and you're not having a problem. Now you'll play even better if you had a 64 gigs or whatever, or 32, I should say. But this thing is, you know, there's your limitation. But still, if AMD can pull it off using the standard DX the DX protocol, I would think that when Nvidia puts their mind to it, you know, we've seen it happen time and time again. What Nvidia, what GeForce, what AMD promotes and says, hey, we can do, then Nvidia comes and says, hey, hold my beer. We did this 15 years ago and it's better than yours. You know, they keep doing it.
Fair enough.
They have better ray tracing, but I do not expect. I mean, like, we have to be reasonable here. This is an APU. It's not dedicated. You know,
so maybe the ray
CPU
tracing
and
only
GPUs.
works when it's plugged in, when it's docked.
Yes, yeah.
Yes,
I
right?
believe the dock is going to be very important.
Yeah,
You only get ray tracing on the dock.
Yes.
And even then, they'll probably be run at 30 frames per second instead of 60.
Quarter resolution, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but it'll be there.
But undocked, you're going to get access to DLSS 3.1, whether you're docked or not, and we're going to see a significant, if everything is true from what we're hearing, a significant increase in performance due to the fact that this is an NVIDIA APU, and now that AMD APU, like all the PC handhelds have, and you're going to see a significant difference in performance compared with the Switch 2 compared to, say, your Neos, your Steam Deck,
and
your
it's in Nvidia's best interest to be like, all right, we've seen what these
guys
are doing.
It's
their
up
time
to us.
Show out. Yeah, because remember, they started this segment with the Atom processors, with an Intel partnership. They started the Tegra X1 way back in the day, and then they let it sit. Right, and now, of course, these AMD APUs are ruling the roost. It's time for them to set a new benchmark. I am excited to see what they can do here. Right, hopefully.
I think it's definitely a good look.
This won't be $400 though. This will not be $300 or $400 because we know Nintendo does not do taking a loss at any point on hardware. So it's going to be a $500.
So you're going to have a Nintendo with a $500 console in the streets.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know about that.
When's the last time Nintendo put out a console that was worth $500?
Nintendo knows who their audience is, and I know they can get a much larger audience if they could at least compete in this area. However, they know that the moms and whoever that buys these things for their kids, you can't just throw $500 at them like that.
Moms buy PlayStations every day,
and just
not as many as they buy Switches.
And just on time, we have the Nintendo Stan extraordinaire in our chat. Mr. Joanna Dark says, "I will gladly pay Nintendo $500 for a Switch. Please, man."
As would I.
I would don't drop the price on their games.
Now, right?
They have yet to do a price cut on the trash Switch that came out in 2017.
And Joanna Dark
care about price?
No, they don't. And by the way, Joanna Dark, he was here first. He was here first with a $2 super chat asking, "Hey, is Sonic the Abacus mascot Everborn? Question mark. I think he's coming for your knees, sir.
He's about to be the mascot this October because
here we go.
We know Sonic is gonna do better, but anyway.
Oh, stop the ridiculousness. Then he is here with a $5 super chat saying, how much RAM does the Switch 2 come with on the device? Will the Switch 2
32?
help? They say they're talking 12. I thought I saw. Will the Switch 2 help handheld devices such as devs now have a handheld profile? Yeah, I see what you're getting at.
Oh, he said RAM. I don't know why I thought storage. My bad.
RAM, yeah.
They said
12 gigs of RAM. Yeah, right there. So his idea being, since now you have your ROG allies and you have your Steam Decks out in the universe, so that folks are like even your things like your what do you call it, Cyberpunk is now profiling for a Steam Deck profile in the game. Would the new Switch benefit from that, since they're now profiling for that? Could that then mean more games come to Switch too, because it hits the same hardware note that these other hardware things hit? It might help them. Sure.
Hey, highlight Aaron's message there about pricing with Switch 2. I think that's it, right?
I think that's a sweet spot. Yeah, $399 without the dock, $499 with the dock. Absolutely. I agree with you.
So if you're like, oh, that's too much, like then you get DLS 3.1 and high performing games with just the dock, just the actual Switch. And if you want to upgrade to that, bam, just go buy the dock too.
By the way, Everborn, when this eventually happens, we won't get the credit, but this is what we have been talking about that Microsoft should be doing with the Series S next generation, right? Without a dock, one profile. With a dock, upgraded profile.
And you said that many weeks ago.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And now it looks like maybe Nintendo is following suit. That's pretty cool.
Listen. I hope Nintendo can prove it right, so that, and then I hope Microsoft steals the idea. I don't care.
I don't care where it comes. That's right.
Makes no difference to me.
I don't think Microsoft ever is going to make a I don't know. I think they got tons of
hybrid.
I think they have tons of prototypes, and I think they have thought about it multiple times, and we all are in agreement that a Series S like portable version at some point somewhere internally in Microsoft is floating around, but I don't think they'll ever actually pull the trigger on it.
Arcane, hold on here real quick. V Arcane says, watch Switch 2 come in and be less powerful than the Steam Deck. Don't put it past him. I'm sorry.
Oh man, that's the case.
Well, everybody been trying to using DLSS and everything to expand the power of this system. They might cheat. They might cheat and lay heavy on that, right?
Yeah. With DLSS, it could actually be less powerful than the Steam Deck, and still
outperform it.
Go up when you need to. There you go. There you go. Absolutely.
I think Nintendo has made a great living out of not caring about like using old hardware so they can get high returns, right? High margins on their devices. And they're just going to sell you on the content. And I don't see why we think that's going to be different now. Right? They don't want to get into a spec arms war, right?
Nintendo also has a history of not recognizing what was successful for them in the previous generation, and then not doing those things in the next one. For example,
they don't like to double down
to the Wii U. Yeah, like they don't always just, hey, that worked for us before, let's do it again. They'll go out of left, especially if it is beneficial for their games. Period. Their first party games, because they design their hardware around what their first party is going to do.
Yep.
They don't care about third parties anyway. So.
They always let the third parties catch up.
To me, if they're going for more power, though, just to be fair, that could be a whole new audience to them. That could take them to the next level. If you could buy a Switch and play versions of third-party games as well as their first party.
Give me a actual performant Switch-like device, but actual performant and all. Why do you think I call it the Abacus? I am shaming them into the modern era. If they come into the modern era, I will be a happy dude. Now, I will gladly purchase this.
Let me ask you guys this, right? If this Switch 2 sort of matches what the Series S is, but I think that's actually doubtful, but let's just go with that because that's what we're talking about right now. Sure. Is this a net positive because devs will learn and be forced to optimize their next gen games more if they want to get access to that platform? And those optimizations, could they benefit the Series S?
Well, but that's how it's always been, right? The impossible ports live on the Switch, and they always will. Even though these guys are raising their floor will still not be anywhere in the middle. It'll still be a floor, right? Like you're saying, we doubt that it'll even hit Series S performance levels, but this is Nintendo we're talking about. They don't need Series S performance levels. They just need enough to where third parties can still conceivably add their port content to them, right? And without, having to bleed too much blood from that stone. Right, so I'm on the page with you guys that I'm pretty sure that it will most likely end up being somewhere in the Series S, your handheld devices that we see today range. But this is Nintendo we're talking about. So what they can do with that capability will be astronomical compared to what they've done here with the Switch.
What Nintendo can do, sure, but I'm just thinking of third parties, and I am
that should be good enough.
My only question is
getting Call of Duty.
Right. Will it be good enough to
of course it will.
Get lower end ports of all the next
bro
it's
now
it's gonna get everything
now.
If it's at a power level that's close to the Series S, it's gonna get everything
now.
No problem.
It runs Cyberpunk, it runs Flight Sim, it runs Starfield. These are very, very performant games. There's no reason why, if it can run all those in today's current paradigm, that they put exactly the same level of power in their Switch. They're good for another 7 years. You know how Nintendo do. They are good for another 7 years.
So again, I do this is why I'm in support of this, just like because I want a dedicated handheld where I don't have to worry about Linux or Windows, right? So I'm excited about this, and if I can play next gen games there, that's a powerful selling point.
I have one question before we move on, though. One question for all my happy
still have
people.
to
Go ahead.
Say something, but go ahead. Okay,
No,
let me
you
just say this.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited about it on its own. Whenever Nintendo drops something, I'm all ears, except for the Wii U. That was their miss. Now, I do believe that this will force developers to optimize their games more because they're going to want to access to this audience, and I do believe that will help the Series S, right? Indirectly. And I also, just my original point, I just remember I said it here, September 9th, 2023. No developers are going to complain about the extra work they got to do to port to the Switch.
You got to get over that, man. You got to get over that.
I'm just saying.
You're fighting yesterday's battle. We've moved on by
lying,
now.
though. He's not lying.
He's not, but he keeps harping on it. Like, move on, sir. Like, come on. Now, let me get to my question.
I got to listen to people say nonsense for 3 years.
See,
you don't have to listen to them, Everborn.
Exactly.
The mute and block button is your friend.
It's available to you. But you want to lay with the dogs, and then when you get the fleas, now we have to deal with you about it. Like, calm down.
You just don't want to call them out. I'm just calling a spade a spade. That's it. We can move on. Somebody has to say it.
I recognize there was a spade across the street, so I crossed the street. You just decided to stay there.
You clutched the pearls. I'm making a citizen's arrest. Okay, you do that. You cross the street.
Let's move on. One question I have to ask. And this is for all of my Nintendo stands in the chat. This is for all my huge fans on the panel. Do we think the Switch 2? Yes, I'm talking directly to you, Joanna Dark. Do we see a world where the Switch 2 keeps cartridges? I will go to you first.
Excellent question,
Mr. Pixelbit G. Because that's the first question I had. Ooh,
man.
Yes, and I'm talking about from a consumer perspective, and I'm talking from a developer's perspective. Do they keep the cartridges?
Damn, can those cartridges run modern games?
I mean,
are they fast enough?
I hadn't thought about that.
All those cartridges are really just like proprietary SD cards today.
Yeah.
You know, so
absolutely.
they could do that. But we've heard devs complain for a long time. You ask, will they complain, Everborn? They've been complaining a long time about cartridges because there's the lower capacity cartridges and then there's the higher capacity cartridges, and even the lower capacity is expensive as hell.
Here's a question: has anybody run Starfield from their ROG Ally using the SD card? Is it possible?
Not from the SD.
I haven't tried it.
Yeah,
it's
because
not,
the ROG Ally burns SD cards, so I haven't even tried.
I mean, yeah, we know. Well, yeah. So, I don't know if we've seen any modern games like we haven't seen a lot of modern games that require a SSD, and we've seen none run from like a storage card that wasn't an SSD on a handheld.
Yeah.
So I don't.
For you guys after Pixel was done. Go ahead, Pixel.
Yeah.
Unless they have a way of using, and I'm only saying this, but I'm not saying it, right? Like something like what the series consoles is using for their external storage. Yeah, I don't see it, right? I think they got to go internal on this one, and I think they got to just give you enough storage space.
See, this is the reason why I asked the question, because it seems.
This is my question to that now.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Isn't it on the Switch right now? There are some games that release only digital.
Yes, because
so
they don't want to adhere to those things. Yeah.
It's going to be on a case-by-case basis. More than likely, Nintendo first party will still release on cartridges because their games aren't all that demanding, in the first place. But when it comes to stuff like Call of Duty,
hold on now, there, Mr. Slow-Mo get slapped by Sonic, or Sonic slaps Slow-Mo. Let's pump our brakes here, because what you're talking about, historical evidence, and historically, their output, their resource usage is the equivalent of a postage stamp by necessity of the Switch. But we are now talking about a device with 12 gigs of RAM, ray tracing, like a device that is like full force into the current gen.
Device that needs storage that can feed it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't think Nintendo first party is going to use any of that stuff.
Yeah, but you want third party support, right?
Exactly. So all that
you would need
so Call of Duty would be like no cartridge.
Yeah.
Just straight download off of the what is it, the eShop or whatever the heck they call the shop.
So they're not gonna do you like Starfield. You get the box, it comes in, and all it is a credit chip. No game.
So you're thinking they give you like half a terabyte of internal storage that is actually fast, and then still use cartridges as their normal medium.
Yeah.
How does that work, right? If you have these bigger games that are coming out, what you can store one game on your local machine?
And by the way, like we clown them, but Nintendo aren't fools, right? If they're putting a new benchmark out there for their Switch for the next 7 years, they have already seen that games are very close to requiring SSDs as a minimum. Starfield did. So did Immortals of Avium. If they want a game system that for the next 7 years, what didn't?
Ratchet and Clank. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
What if they add
the point I'm trying to make real
storage
quick,
like Xbox?
Well,
like a proprietary solution.
Yeah, that's what I said.
This is my question, right?
They did that.
Like, I ask because I'm talking to Mr. Boomstick. Shout out to him. He's obviously big Nintendo guy, as a lot of Nintendo guys, a lot of people are, and he specifically purchases cartridges on Xbox on Nintendo because they keep their value, right? And he's right, right? My question is, back compat. What does this do to back compat? And two, do they keep the cartridges like that to be valid?
Compat in this thing, they gonna charge you for those games again, and you know it. And
Mr. Joanna Dark,
and everybody,
please tell me in the chat. I want to wait for you to hear him, because he's the stand, right? He's the smack you in the face. May I have another, sir? Because it's Nintendo. He's that guy. So, are you telling me that you're okay, Nintendo stands, to basically drop? Do you believe in generations? Are you gonna drop all your old games and then start full bore in the new?
They believe in whatever Nintendo believes.
Are you going to pay for Tears of the Kingdom again? That's the
yes,
question.
they are. Yes, they are, and you already know it.
What version is this? The more tears version?
the double tiered edition.
More tears.
Look, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna sell their Switch OLED and all the old games.
Hey now,
to help subsidize the cost of the new Switch 2 and all the same exact games they had on the Switch
stand has
OLED.
spoken. The Nintendo stand has spoken. He says, "I will not buy a Switch 2 if there's no back compat." And then he said, "Nope." And then to make matters even worse, he says, "I got you to buy."
Okay.
Okay.
Does anybody
right.
believe that?
No,
Not okay.
not even a
Yeah,
little
we
bit.
don't buy that.
That is
we don't
worse
believe
than
you. We need more
Asante
people.
saying he's not going to buy this Lenovo handheld. Which we all know he's going to buy.
Facts. Facts.
Oh Lord, you guys are funny.
I have Yuzu. Okay.
But no, but look.
You have Yuzu right now, and you still have
still
to
buy
buy
it.
You don't use it.
No, but honestly,
You got the Switch 2 in your hand right now, and you still don't use it. Come on now. Go ahead. Okay, my bad.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I'm excited to see this device come out secretly, quietly. I hope this also means that NVIDIA just goes, oh, by the way, here's an NVIDIA Shield 2, and it has the same chipset as the new Switch 2. That'd be great, because I have the Shield 1, and it's still rocking to this very day, and it plays games better than the Switch does. Same chipset, obviously plugged in, so you can do a lot more with it. I hope they follow the same thing again. Yes, we are judging you, Mrs. Joanna Dark. Forgive us. It's what we do because you are a stand for that brand. Forgive us. But let's move swiftly on. Once again, thank you guys so much for being here. We see 112 folks have already hit the like button. There are a couple more people that could hit that like button because I see about 140 people in this chat, on this live, watching this live. Please hit that like button if you haven't done so. But let us move on because I want to touch on a few more topics, and then I want to get back to Starfield before we round this show out. First off, Reed Pop not working with the ESA over E3 anymore. Did they actually ever work with the ESA over E3? They were going to, and then they canceled E3 last minute. It never happened. Yeah. They're not working with E3 anymore. They're talking about 2025. Do we care? Is this a thing? It's a wrap. Am I wrong?
It's over.
Tell me I'm wrong.
It's
E3
been over.
It's done, right?
And
they say
it's been dead, yeah.
If they do an E3, it won't be where it always was, because that's Reed Pop's territory. So it would be out of the convention center that we know it to be. Secretly somewhere, I'm hoping that it rekindles itself somehow, but it all but looks ridiculous at this point. Does it not?
It does. And if E3 is ever going to come back, it has to come back in a completely different kind of format in order for it to, because they literally, no one in games media believes in them after they leaked all of their confidential information. The gaming community doesn't believe in them because they keep canceling all their events and they can't get anything started. And the game publishers and platform holders don't believe in them because they all pulled out from E3 years ago. It's literally the ESA trying to keep a corpse on life support when the machines are keeping it breathing. Like, just turn it off, bro. It's
just a wrap. The thing is, the only way E3 comes back, in my opinion, is the same way that Telltale Games came back, right? Someone like bought the name, and it's going to be a whole new set of people behind it. And even then, it would be more of a fan celebration event. But you have other things to do that, and I think we've slowly been seeing this trend. Like, Nintendo acknowledged it first, then Sony acknowledged it, but all of these platform holders and publishers know that most people are watching these things on YouTube now. You don't really need this singular event. If you do it in this time frame, you have the Keeleys, you have Summer Game Fest if you want a lot of eyeballs looking at something. But these things are getting hundreds of millions of views. So do you need to go there and pay the ESA all this money, right? When you can manage your fans and your IP yourself and get all the attention when it is best for you as the publisher or platform holder. So Sony sees that through their PlayStation, whatever their shows are, right? And Nintendo sees through those Nintendo Directs, and state of plays for Sony, and then whatever Microsoft is formulating into, and they do their summer showcase now, right? They've seen that when they time it into their own time frame, they get all the eyeballs. They're not sharing it. It's not like I have to go and then I have to worry about if my competitor is going to one up me or if they're going to have something that gets all the eyeballs. So I think between Gamescom, between the Game Awards, between Summer Games Fest, between PAX and all that, I don't think publishers and platform holders feel like they need that, and they can do their own shows and address their audiences directly. Like it's sad, but it's it's business. That's on top of E3 not doing themselves any favor, to ESA or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it like she's dead, Jim.
Well done. I get that. Well done. We'll leave that one there. I think you're right. You're right.
That's good enough. Yep.
So before we move forward, though, I did want to talk briefly, because we have some gray beards on the panel, briefly about Donald Mustard leaving Epic Games after years and years and years. And oh, by the way, what does this mean for me? And I'm so sad about it. There will be no new Shadow Complex, because he was the director for Shadow Complex. Do we know? Do we care? I love Donald Mustard. I think he was a great front man, if you will, for Epic for a long time. He got quiet because, obviously Fortnite became everything they cared about. But he's one of those talents that I'm sad to see go. Does anybody else care? I'll start with you, Slow-Mo. I know you spent time doing some of these research things.
He's had a great career, and it feels weird to see him go. Mm-hmm. It always feels weird when long-time mainstay quality people leave a studio that or a company that they helped really grow. But Epic now, I think in the long term, this is probably going to be the best for him and whatever he wants to do in the future. And it's not going to deter the machine that is Epic Games at this point. Yep. Epic is by far has the most popular game engine, despite all of its compiling of shaders and all of its various issues. What's up, Umber? But that engine is by far the most popular engine in the world, and everyone uses it, and so much so that even a developer deciding to go to a proprietary engine, it's like an endeavor that people look at like you're trying to climb a mountain. Instead of just taking the free tools that you have over here, that they continue to make it easier for developers to pick it up and make the most revenue out of it without actually having to put all the work in to create the engine. So all that said, Fortnite is massively successful. All the studios that used to make little teams that used to make games for Epic now are just working on the next chapter or the next season and rotating them. It's an ongoing machine that no longer needs him now.
Yep, true.
It does. They don't need him anymore, and so this parting, although it may be bittersweet, but it's probably going to be for the best for both.
I hope that this means we see Donald Mustard go open a new indie studio and creates a new game called Shadow of the Complex or something of that nature.
That's the way of it. But at least with this is like he's leaving while the studio is still is doing great, and not necessarily not leaving a corpse, which is normally what ends up happening. You look at Blizzard. A lot of those devs left Blizzard. A lot of the devs left Telltale before they went down. They started on their own. Like Night School Studio were our former Telltale developers that left before the ship blew up. Yep. There's like a half a dozen ex-BioWare developers out there making their own games now. Like usually when you see this happen, it's because the studio definitely took an L, massive L's. And then all the talent leaves to go do their own thing. But this is like more of a situation where a dude's just like, and you see it happen often. This is not beneath them, but it's just like I need to spread my creative wings.
Yeah, it's time
and
you gotta
go
do
that.
Things. Absolutely, absolutely. I thought it was really awesome. I was secretly hoping for another Shadow Complex from them because I love that game. I really love that game. Every once in a while, I have to revisit. It's one of my favorite.
Epic wasn't making nothing else besides.
Oh yeah,
Fortnite.
yeah. Of course not. What do you think, everyone?
But this makes me think of something they talked about on Xbox 2 yesterday, just like the conversation that you guys had.
Yes, sir.
And that, things that don't hit and not getting any love, and then studios getting shut down and things like that, people leaving and things like that. So what they were talking about on Xbox 2 yesterday was Rand was saying he thinks that we're going to go into because that other studio from Embracer Group just shut down. The one that made Volition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to say that it's an Embracer Group studio that shut down is insulting to Volition. They are a monumental studio that unfortunately
not anymore. They're not.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate. But the thing is, and that's because Embracer shut them down. But the point is, in today's world where AAA game takes 5 to 6 years and $100 million plus, right? 200 million in case of Starfield, right? When these games don't hit, we see a lot of this happening. Like the leadership leaves, the studio is running derelict, and then they end up getting shut down because it's very hard. Unlike in the days where a game cost 10 or 20 million and took 2-3 years to make, when you spend 5-6 years and $100 million plus to make a game, it is very difficult to keep these studios afloat. So a lot of people, they get upset about the consolidation talk, but after a release like Redfall, would Arcane still be around?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think Arcane Leon would still be around, but Arcane Austin may have been dissolved.
Yep.
And the best talent, say, hey, look, get your passports. You're moving back to France. And so keep it a bug,
sir.
Cold-blooded. Yeah, like the rest of y'all, good luck out there. I'll write you a recommendation. But you're right. That's the cutthroatness of the industry. That, and I think it's due to if Bethesda was still independent, that would have been the result of Redfall, its failure, and Redfall probably wouldn't even been what it was, because they probably wouldn't have delayed it out of last year.
Wow. To think that Redfall could have been worse. It's crazy.
Right.
But so furthermore, and it's not just them, right? So for example, what happened to Luminous, who did Forspoken?
Yeah.
Swallowed.
Right. They ended up
swallowed.
Right. What happened to so we see another game, and we'll see how it goes, but what's going on with the studio that made Gotham Knights? Because that didn't do what it needed to do.
Wait, WB Montreal. Yeah.
Right.
They're still around.
They're still around, yeah.
For now. But we can look at Square having to get rid of what do you call it, for pennies on the dollar, Crystal Dynamics and IDOS, even though they made good games, but just they didn't hit the way they needed to. So
high budgets, it makes it difficult to keep them around. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So we're just in, and what that leads to is this is why all these people are betting on service games, and when those things, and this is why people are afraid to take chances, because you're literally risking entire studios on doing things different. So when people talk that kind of acquisition talk, it's not always a bad thing by default, because there's a lot of studios that could just end up not existing. And I think being under Microsoft or Sony or whoever can shield a lot of these studios from that, so they can get a chance to listen. What's gonna happen to, this is what Rand said, what happens to Rocksteady if Suicide Squad doesn't hit? 9 years since their last game, and then they spend all this money and it doesn't hit, and it seems like the internet doesn't want it.
By the way, just so you know, Donald Mustard, also the director on Advent Rising, that 360 game. Remember that great game that could have turned into
that,
yes. Advent Rising.
It was still in my Xbox, actually.
It is one of those GOAT titles that people just it's kind of in the back burner right now. I am excited to see what he changes this to. I hope he stays in games. I really do. I hope he stays in games. I hope he makes more games.
So we don't know what's gonna happen to the studio that made what's that game that's like Dead Space, and everybody thought it was going to be a hard
Striking Distance.
No, not Striking Distance Studios.
Okay, so right, so Callisto Protocol, the guys that made that,
that's
100 whatever million on that. It didn't do what it needed to do. We haven't heard what their next project is.
Oh, I thought I heard they did layoffs. Let me go take a look. I don't want to speak into existence.
So anyway, but my point is, if Rocksteady doesn't hit with, what do you call it? You think Zaslav is going to say, okay, take 5 years on another
you're done.
Another game, and here's 200 million, right?
I was correct. Just to confirm, they laid off 32 developers from striking distance. I think the studio was only 100.
Wow.
So that's a significant number of people that they had to lay off due to Callisto Protocol not necessarily hitting the way they thought it would.
So it's either studios are going to have to lessen their ambition, make smaller games, right? Or they're going to have to focus on what they know works. And most times when people do that, you have your outliers, but when people try to trace trends, we see what happens, right? So we are either going to go into a phase of studios closing or being acquired.
Yep.
And that's just where we are.
It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary. Yes. You know what, ladies and gentlemen?
Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Let us move forward. No. You actually buttoned this up really nicely, because now we're going to go right back to where
I want to say pause on that, and I don't know why, but just in case.
I love dropping those just so y'all have a little bit of that. I want to let's go back to where we started.
That's another pause, but go ahead.
I know. and end where we started and talk more Starfield talk. But this time, like I said, and I put it in the chat, and I've been asking for your feedback. Is it Game of the Year talk? Is Starfield Game of the Year? Is it Game of the Generation? Is it good, not great?
Yeah.
Or does Tears of the Kingdom / Baldur's Gate 3 say hi? Right? And that's what's been in the chat throughout this whole conversation. Now,
sure.
I think a part of that conversation becomes, will this get nominated for Game of the Year? Should it get nominated for Game of the Year? Will it get nominated for Game of the Year? How are people talking about it? Because Starfield, Bethesda's by Microsoft's own estimation, 6 million players on Xbox and Windows PC, and that's not counting Steam's sales. This is Windows PC telemetry and Xbox telemetry together. 6 million people, right? Steam is a whole different conversation. They also have a bunch of people playing there. This is what Microsoft has to tell you.
280 something last time I checked, new high concurrent.
There you go. So there's a lot going on, right? Just like Elden Ring, people there are channels that have started up just to talk about this game and what the secrets are, the nuances, and all of this. So there is a chance that by November we're still talking about it, right? There is a chance that it's still fresh in the mind. Does this thing get the credit it deserves? Is it Game of the Year? Is it Game of the Generation? Or will these kind of opinion pieces really, really sour the narrative for it and give them the scapegoat they need to screw it over? I will start with you, Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap.
This is what I'm going to say. Okay. You guys remember Hogwarts Legacy, right?
Exactly. Same cautionary
Hogwarts
tale.
Who were
Exactly.
Yes, we do.
Hogwarts, that game that you barely played.
Those who played it on this side of the house, yeah, we fondly remember. Rolled 2 characters. Yes.
I beat the game twice with a Slytherin and with a Ravenclaw.
I beat it once.
That game
with a Gryffindor, and I'm rolling a Slytherin, which I haven't beat yet.
Yeah. That game is still the highest selling game this year. That game ain't gonna be anywhere near the Game of the Year conversation.
Yep.
Which is sad, but yes.
It deserves it.
It deserves to be part of the conversation.
Many games,
yes.
Yeah, as many games this year also deserve to be a part of the conversation, but it won't be in there. Now, I do believe Starfield will be nominated for Game of the Year.
No chance it'll win though.
It's not winning. I don't think it's. I think it's either. It's most likely going to be Zelda.
Really?
And if it's not Zelda, it's going to be Baldur's Gate 3.
I think by the nature of Baldur's Gate 3 being on PlayStation right now, there is no doubt. Here's my receipt. No doubt that between the two of them, unless Starfield upsets, no doubt that it is Baldur's Gate 3 because it is Switzerland right now. I'm sorry.
It is not. It's not Switzerland. It is all kinds of wrapped up in other things. So there's zero chance that
in the mindset of those who don't know better.
No, it's not.
It
is not. No, it is not. No, it is not. It is all over this council.
It's coming on both of them.
Go ahead.
It's coming on both of them.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Wow. Pause. But it is in no way
it will release on both platforms. And I guess even the word release could be pause-worthy. It will be released.
It might be out on Xbox by the time the game of the Keighley Award starts. So, but regardless of that, the thing is that 90. What we have to remember is that 90% of the Game of the Year vote is from Games Media, and 10% is from everyone else.
3 is Ukraine. It's getting beat up on. No, it's not.
Well, look, it's going to be one of those two games, and then I think there's going to be a lot of snubs. There's going to be a lot of games that were deserving of Game of the Year in a normal year. Like I think like Diablo 4, I think Jedi Survivor, I think Final Fantasy 16. All three of those games are not getting in. No, I don't
what
think
about Resident Evil 4?
I don't think Resident Evil 4 gets in.
If it does, that would be very insulting. How many times must you release that exact same game? Yes, I get it.
I think we went through it last time with this list, right? And a lot of there's just too many games that came out this year. But
but I mean, Starfield will be nominated, but I just don't think it will win. Now, Game of the Generation. We had Everborn had a conversation earlier this week about and we were kind of like evolved to talk about Game of the Generation. I've always been of the opinion that a game isn't really Game of the Generation unless other developers see things that it does and start incorporating it into their game, so it actually influences a generation.
Kind of the Witcher 3 aspect,
like Witcher 3 last time.
Yes. Or hey, you can say God. You can say last generation, God of War was a game of the generation last generation because of how the combat of God of War is influencing games that are in development right now, right? So, and Elden Ring might do that, right? But we don't know because we haven't seen those games come out yet. So, Game of the Generation depends on if what Starfield did was so successful and other developers loved it so much they have
it can only be said in hindsight once the gen is past us. I get you.
That's
a good argument to make. I can feel you.
Let me know when I can jump in because I have a different
on that. No, but before you do, and I will let you go. I am now going to allow Mr. Pixelbit G. Please, what do you think, sir? Is it Game of the Year to you? Game of the Gen? How is it really speaking to you? And I'm adding all the context of the ridiculous stuff that are being put in on the internet, as you see here, read pop stuff, and not just the negativity, but there's also a lot of positivity on the internet about it, right? Somebody made the freaking the magic school bus in Starfield.
Yeah, they made that for all the ponies.
Freaking awesome!
That is
ready for
awesome,
them, bro.
right?
Great.
Did you see the L? Someone made an L-shaped ship, and it's like apparently it's impossible to hit
because it can't be hit from the front.
That's right.
It's not in the center of the screen.
Exactly. Right. This is the zeitgeist kind of stuff that's happening that people really, really, really are loving. One last point. You, Mr. Lore Master, have been keeping people honest and putting people to task about the map situation in Starfield, right? Not to be outdone, the community provides. There is a website now that provides full layouts of all the maps, all of them on all the various planets. Like, so you can sit there and have this available to you. Will this game traverse the zeitgeist all the way to November to the point where it can't be denied at the Keighley, sir? Or do you think there are enough drama around it to stop it from becoming Game of the Year?
So, like, considering that we have somebody taking their time to put the map together for this game, right? And you have, constant people tweets of people testing the systems, right? I think today somebody dropped 10,000 sandwiches on a New Atlantis.
Yep. Before somebody put all of the potatoes in one airlock and let it out and just let it just go, whoosh, and it was just amazing.
Yeah, let the physics do what they
and that
do,
was
right?
on a Series S. Potato, you get it? No,
Yeah.
okay, forget it.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
But up, bump.
Right. So the and so a game that it's kind of a game that's continuing to give, right? And people haven't even gotten to the end game or the new game plus, which I heard is even crazier, right? There's more nonsense afoot, right? So for it to get into the game of the year conversation, you know, scores aside, I think it scored well enough that it should be considered. But if people keep talking about it, right, it keeps being part of the conversation this year, then it's going to be hard to ignore it, right? And your show's going to look very suspect if you do. Now, I know some of these shows don't have a problem looking suspect. I mean, they've shown that that's part of their brand, right? But you know, it's going to be one of those games that's hard to ignore, especially if it continues to go the way it is, because it's only week 1, right? Not even, it hasn't been a full week yet, right? It's been a couple of days since release. So then, in terms of the game of the generation, for me, you know, the game of the generation is the game that you can't put down, right? At least that's kind of how I always look at it, right? So, you know, whenever The Witcher 3 came out, that was one of those games where you just couldn't stop playing it, right? If you're not playing it, you're thinking about it, right? Any game that does that for you as a gamer, that's a game of a generation candidate kind of game, right? So for me, this definitely is up there in terms of that, because it's, you know, I joined the show, but it's supposed to be real quick, but I'm playing the game right now on the side. I ain't gonna lie.
Shame, that's so
Either we're talking about it, or
yeah,
we're talking about it, or playing it. You know. Hey, what did I do? I pulled it up on the xCloud. I didn't play it, but I pulled it up. I hear you.
You know,
how about you, Everborn Saga?
Okay, so there's a couple of things here. I definitely think it'll get nominated for all the reasons that Pixel said, and I think Slow-Mo said this as well. It is a zeitgeist thing. There's communities being built around it. There are you know, people playing it in their Teslas. We saw that. I haven't tried that yet. But there will be channels built around it. There's all those things. It's a discussion piece, and right, this is okay. I'm going to get slanderous in a moment, but we'll save that. But I do think it will stay in the zeitgeist for long enough to be in contention, because unlike some of the other games that deserve to be there that won't get nominated, I think it will still be in the conversation by then. Now, in terms of this game of the generation talk, when I say game, I'm just gonna speak about this very empirically, right? And anybody's free to disagree with me. If we're talking about, when we talk about game of the generation,
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
It needs to be a game of this generation, right? Not a cross-plat game, a cross-gen game. Like, this is a next-gen only game. And if we look at all of the next-gen only games, if we look at every next-gen only game, and we can name them out, we can name Returnal and Ratchet and Clank and Immortals of Avum and Gotham Knights, and we can Atlas Fallen, we can name all these things.
I mean Gotham Knights has a huge asterisk, but okay, continue. Huge asterisk.
Okay, sure.
That game only became a game of this generation like 2 months before.
I'm trying to be generous in my definition. We're talking about
we sussed that out months ago, yeah. But
we're talking about here, right? We are talking about next gen only games, because this is Gen 9. So the game of Gen 9 so far is Starfield, and it is not even close. Until someone can show me another next gen only game this generation for Gen 9, it is Starfield. So it is, in fact, the game of the generation.
No, that's not what game of the generation means.
You can give me whatever you mean. I gave you.
Game of the generation means game that has balloons in it. This is just making it like a game.
No. I'm saying Gen 9 games.
He gave it a very. I mean, yeah, he has a point, right?
This is empirical.
Elden Ring is a last gen game. It's not a current gen game, right? And it's games that are not playable on the prior generation.
Years into this generation. And you acknowledge there are not very many games that are out there just of this generation.
Is that?
I'm not saying there's anybody's fault. What I'm saying is the calling it game of the generation when the generation is not going to end for another 5 years is a little premature.
No. Right now, right? We're not saying 3 years from now something else comes out and is like, but Pixel, right now,
Pixel, this is
Mr.
like
Join
watching a.
Mr. Join Dark says
it's like
Mario Wonder will be game of the generation.
Mario Wonder is not out yet, and that would still be last gen.
This is like you watching a football game, and one team goes up 7-0 in the first quarter. You're like, that's it, the game's over.
No, that's not what it means. It means that this team is winning right now.
Right, exactly, right now.
At this point in time, in the first half, this team is above. So Starfield right now is the game of Generation 9. That's what it means. That's all it means. Right now, today, September 9th, 2023, Starfield
by your
is the game
arbitrary
of
measurement of what game of the generation is. Because that's like, I just gave like my idea of game of the generation. You can't even make that determination till the generation is ending. So to see how it's been influenced by certain games.
Right.
We acknowledge that with last year with The Witcher 3. And we show actual examples of how The Witcher 3 influenced the rest of the game of the games that came out in that generation.
Alentus Returns asks, isn't Spider-Man 2 a next-gen only game?
It is.
Spider-Man 2 out yet?
No, it's not.
You asked the question today for Gen 9, and it is Starfield.
Don't nobody think no Spider-Man gonna be no game of the generation. Boy, stop playing. Don't bring that shit in this conversation.
I knew somebody was gonna do that.
Look, Jamaican scoop.
Slow-mo. I'm not disagreeing with anything of what you said, but we can only go off of what we have.
But I'm like, but what are we going off, Everborn? It's like,
I see what slow-mo means.
Should we hold a celebration that in the second quarter, with 7 minutes left, we're winning?
I think we're talking past each other here.
Do we have a buzzkill pattern that we can throw up on the screen for my man? I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. I can understand what Everborn is saying.
That's Kay's Starfield name, Buzz Killington. But go ahead.
Buzz Killington. Anyway, so
the Family Guy joke. Go ahead.
I know what it is. So my question is, look, I get what Everborn is saying, right? If you want to be empirical about it, what game is available on the current gen that is not available on last gen? Let's judge them only by themselves. I get that, right? So in that frame, you can then say, okay, these are the games that can be judged, and it's a very small list with Starfield on it, right? But I guess we need to not Starfield. That is objective. That is objective. That is subjective. I guess that's where
it's not. It's actually not subjective.
That is where slow-mo comes into place. Slow-mo is saying that even when you limit the field with Gen 9 games only, right? Are you just saying because Gen 9 games are limited, now Starfield's on top just by virtue of it? What are the metrics are you using to compare those Gen 9 games? Right? We haven't heard any metrics of comparison. All you're just saying is, well, these are all the Gen 9 games and Starfield's on top. What are the metrics by your comparisons? I'm not saying I don't disagree with you. No other Gen 9
game being this good? Is that good enough?
No, but this is the thing. I'm not saying I don't disagree with you. I think no Gen 9 game currently measures up to Starfield. But let's put some numbers up. Let's put some names in it. Are we talking graphically? Are we talking world building? Are we talking, what is your definition of making this on top of all the other Gen 9 games?
We're talking about scope. We're talking about world building. We're talking about story. We're talking about game design. We're talking about all these things. And I think that no one could credibly argue that Starfield isn't doing more than the current Gen 9 only. Now, is it the best looking game? Absolutely not. Of Gen 9, but Gen 9 in terms of scope, in terms of playability, I just don't even think it's a question. And I think
hold up, wait. Baldur's Gate 3.
But he hasn't played Baldur's
Scope,
Gate 3.
in terms of scope, I played Baldur's Gate 3. In terms of scope,
I
can't speak on Baldur's Gate.
They're not comparable games.
No. They're comparable because they're Gen 9 games.
No,
In
but
terms of scope, we're talking
scope
scope.
is what you're talking about.
Okay,
Like, the
no, but
size of the game.
I brought it up not because of scope, because we were listing off Gen 9 games, and we got stuff like Gotham's Knight, which
no doubt.
became Gen 9.
no, that
games.
was just me trying to increase the pool, right? We don't have to do that.
But like you missed the one game that came out a month ago that's got like, you know, might potentially be game of the year, and I mean that's a Gen 9 game.
Okay, do we want to talk about Baldur's Gate 3? Because we can do that. I can have that conversation.
Oh, well, okay, let's do it then.
Okay, so now
let's also bring in Remnant 2, which is also a Gen 9 game. Do
you think that Remnant 2 is better than Starfield?
Remnant who?
You think Remnant 2 is better
Don't
than
say
Starfield?
Remnant who unless you beat Remnant who. Okay.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. No. Let's just. Wait a minute. Everybody, chill out for a second.
Let's actually put games in the pool that are actually
fine.
quality games. You tried to poison the pool with some jobbers. You tried to put a champion boxer up against a trash collector and was like, "See, he's a champion." You tried to turn Starfield into Roy Jones Jr.
Wait a minute. So
you tried to duck challengers.
You doing all of this bobbing and weaving and ducking and dodging and dancing, right? What I want to know is does Slow-Mo believe that Remnant 2 is better than Starfield? Is that what Slow-Mo's telling us right now? No, you don't.
But
so again, Starfield is at the top. Let's keep going.
Starfield's not at the top because I think Baldur's Gate 3 is better.
Okay, wait a minute.
Baldur's Gate 3 is better.
Baldur's Gate 3, the game that is only discussed in reference to Starfield or the Series S or Bear Sex. You're telling me that this is the game that is better than Starfield. This is what you're saying.
Ecosystem.
This is where I say he lays with the dogs too long.
This game is only referenced because of console wars, a game that has sold more and have more concurrent players on Steam than Starfield, a game that
wait a minute,
has a much higher
Whoa,
a game that also
don't come to me with the concurrent Steam numbers, because guess what? Baldur's Gate was not also available in the Windows Store and Xbox, and there were more concurrent players of Starfield than of because guess what? BG3 did not have over 1 million concurrent players. Starfield did, but please continue.
I will continue because what my point was not which one had more concurrent players. My point was
that literally was your
tried
point.
to make it seem as if the game was only relevant because it was somehow a counter to Starfield, as if people on PC gave a damn about that. They wanted to play the game because Larian makes quality games, and Baldur's Gate 3 is a quality game, and it's a Gen 9 game. That's the point that I'm making.
And the point I'm making is that Starfield is the top of Gen 9, and you can like Baldur's Gate 3.
This is the point.
And I can't speak on Baldur's Gate 3.
Stop for a moment. Stop. That's the point I was trying to make. Slow-Mo wants to know the parameters of that comparison. You can't just say it's at the top and then expect it to be just done. I agree with you that it's at the top. But what parameters are you? You're talking
but I can't
story.
speak on BG3. I was only talking about the zeitgeist.
But you have to understand.
When I talked about
you have to understand. Of the four people on here, 3 of them have played BG3, myself included. So all we're saying is, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just saying lay your parameters out, and then those of us who have played BG3 will do that comparison for you.
Okay, fine. Okay, all I'm saying in terms of zeitgeist and articles written about the games, that was my point about the references, right? If we're looking at the articles about Baldur's Gate, which is all I can go off. Now, I will leave the discussion of what's a better game to Slow-Mo, to Pixel, and to Kayasante. And as far if I'm keeping count Kay Asante and Pixel agree with me that Starfield is better, but I can't make that statement.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I can't make that, and I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend I can make that with slow-mo. I have to leave that to them. But in terms of articles written and zeitgeist, that's all I'm saying. So, and can anyone dispute what I'm saying in terms of the articles written about?
What I will tell you is, right, to me, when you make that Baldur's Gate compared to Starfield argument, the comparison, to me, Baldur's Gate loses to Starfield because of the way that Elden Ring won against everyone else, right? Not every piece of its puzzle is the best, but together as a whole, it elevates beyond anything else that's there, right? You can take it apart, Starfield, and we're talking skin textures, we're talking this, we're talking that, we're talking some odd, weird, funny bugs and whatnot. All that's there. But taken as a whole, what you get in Starfield versus what you get in BG3, which, don't get me wrong, I've played BG3 a lot. I've really liked it. But like most people, Starfield got me to stop playing BG3 and I haven't gone back. I've even gone back to play some Jedi Survivor, but I have not gone back to BG3 because Starfield is scratching that itch for me. I don't need two games playing the same thing. So to me, the whole of Starfield, and again, I come to it with my bias. I'm a science guy, right? I'm a sci-fi guy. The whole of Starfield outshines almost any other product of its kind currently for me. Mr. Pixelbit G, do you disagree with me?
I cannot disagree, because I also put down Baldur's Gate, and I was playing it hard body. I got lots and lots of hours in it.
Yep.
But I know I am not going to beat it until I have satiated myself with Starfield. I mean, it just is what it is.
Now,
there's some things that Baldur's Gate does do better, but as a whole, Starfield's that
game.
Can
you tell me why Pixel and Kay Asante are wrong?
Absolutely. Everything they said is subjective about their personal preferences and their personal experience.
True.
That has nothing to do.
Haven't played Remnant 2.
With the
People
actual
swear by Remnant 2. I have not played it yet. And Remnant 1 was magical. So, you never know. Remnant 2's out there. Everybody keeps talking about Remnant 2. So, you being a player of Remnant 2 saying it's in certain ways better, I have no choice but to agree with you, sir, because I haven't played it.
I wasn't saying Remnant 2. I said it should have been more mentioned by Everborn and part of the conversation than say Gotham's Knight. Yeah. Remnant 2 literally just came out a couple of months ago.
I do want to clarify why came out well. I want to clarify because I did, and Kay, you can attest to this. Mm-hmm. It wasn't necessarily about comparing it to Gotham Knight. I was just trying to broaden the pool because there were not a lot of
all Gen 9 games. Yes,
games.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying
you skipped over a good Gen 9 game, Remnant 2, to talk about a bad Gen 9 game, Immortals.
Wait a minute, but I did also say
they both came out the same month.
No, I get it. But I also said Ratchet and Clank and Returnal. Those are great games. Fantastic games, even.
Those are very good games. I wouldn't call them great or fantastic.
Okay, well,
they're very
sure. I'm not gonna fight you on this. I was only trying to broaden.
I wouldn't call them that.
It was not.
But remember, Everborn, what you're doing there is comparing, and Ratchet and Clank and Returnal, all of them. Those are very structured, very limited, very guided games as you know them to be. Comparing them against BG3 and Starfield, which are like go and do and be ridiculous. They are apples and oranges in the biggest way, right? Okay, all the other games you describe are good, but they're very structured, very games you know. The stuff we're describing here in BG3 and to Starfield's point, it does a lot of that BG3 stuff as well. They let you go off the crazy beaten path and it never stops. You never see a game over screen because you didn't do it the right way, right? These are unique experiences in that way.
So Aid Rodimus in the chat also points out MSNBC and CNBC are not talking about Baldur's Gate 3. They're talking about Starfield.
That is a very good fact in the equation. Absolutely. That is true. On the
majority of people are going to play about Starfield, right? You're not going to get the casual saying they even heard about this game for the most part.
Yeah, like MSNBC
but let's be also clear,
CBS are not the barometer of what is a better game.
Because let's be also clear, though.
Game of the generation.
Yeah.
Let's be also 100% clear, though. when Mario Wonder comes out, they'll be talking about that as well. Doesn't mean
exactly.
it's a game of the gen.
And that's definitely not going to be game of the generation.
But that ain't out yet.
It's going to body Sonic Superstars.
Oh,
But it ain't going to be game of the
Here we
generation.
Sonic. Here we go.
Now, tell us why BG3, and I cannot answer this question. So only you guys can answer it. But Slow-Mo, they've said why they think it is. Slow-Mo, tell us why Baldur's Gate 3 is a better game than Starfield.
Baldur's Gate 3 executes on the goal of what the genre does better than I think Starfield does. And it comes to tabletop D&D put into a video game form. It executes it expertly. Does it so in a way that gets people who had not thought of ever playing those kind of games to try those games, play them, and enjoy them. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is better in storytelling and character, so far I would say in character development, and as well as in how it also guides the player along. That is very, very subjective, because some people may like to not know what to do and just figure out on their own, but to each their own. I think Baldur's Gate 3, despite the fact that Act 3 is a buggy mess, the game overall is, I think, a better game than Starfield so far. Now, I haven't beat both games yet, so I'm definitely speaking from a place of somewhat some ignorance, because I haven't completed both games yet. But I think that when we look at both of these games and we look at the critical reception as well as the community reception of both games, that there is no way that anybody can just be straight up, Starfield is going to be game in the generation, but it is better than Baldur's Gate 3 at this point.
I didn't say Starfield was going to be game of the generation. I said it is today. I just want to clarify.
And that's still making it because Baldur's Gate 3 came out before Starfield,
It's
saying
kind of
that
the
it's
same
better.
thing, right? But here's the thing, right? So in terms of representing their genre the best, right? Baldur's Gate is a great representation of a computer RPG, but Starfield kind of nails the concept of role playing. It
upends all of it.
Like I don't think anybody can say that it's not doing that extremely well, like on the next level, because we're all having different experiences depending on how we build our characters. You have people who are literally crying about encumbrance in a game that requires that you put stats into strength in order to manage your encumbrance, right? Like the game all the engines of that game are designed around the actual concept of being, role playing. So even the one thing Baldur Gate does very well is it's speech trees, right? And using the dice rolls based on the skill sets within you for yourself and your team members, right? It does that very well. But Starfield does that very well as well, because you lose certain conversations based on how much you have into persuasion, or if you apply some drugs to your system to allow you to persuade people better, right? So you basically have different missions based on how your character is spec, which is the key of role playing, right?
Okay,
I'm
glad you brought that up. I have a great example of why I think Baldur's Gate 3 does that better. Okay, so for example, in Baldur's Gate 3, you have so many various ways of getting out of situations that may not include actual violence. Now, of course, you got that in Starfield as well, but I'll use this example from Starfield as of a limitation when it comes to the choice, your choice of ability of choosing how to do things.
Okay.
I entered the system. Now, I wasn't even there for that system. I was just trying to get to another system, and you know how you have to chart your path of unexplored systems before you get to where you're trying to go. I enter in a system, and there is the ship here that's just floating, and I can't communicate with it. And then there's people on a planet on the ground that's like, hey, yo, can you come down here? We need your help. This is a resort planet. They believe
this is the one I was talking about earlier.
Ship. Yeah, they believe
people
on the ship are aliens.
Huh? Spoiler.
They're gonna tell you spoilers. Go ahead.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just say it like this. I did not like my choices that I was being presented with when trying to negotiate for these two factions.
Well, remember though, your choices also have a lot to do with who you are when
Who you are.
when you
Exactly,
come there.
with who you are.
Right?
Exactly.
Because sometimes myself and Everborn Saga have gone to the exact same missions, and his choices are completely different than mine because he's a space scoundrel and I'm a bounty hunter.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
I was presented with a choice by the people on the ground to present this proposal to the people in the ship.
Yeah.
I ain't like it. My choice is going to be.
That's because they wanted you to pay for the grav drive.
Well, yeah, they also wanted me to present them a proposal and make them indentured servants, well, I didn't agree with. My choice would have been to kill the entire board. That's what I attempted to do.
You still could have done that. I don't think you did the choice.
I did attempt to do that. They wouldn't die.
Okay.
I killed all the guards. The board kept going down, but they wouldn't die. And so I couldn't kill the board and give the planet to the people in the ship. I also tried, since I couldn't do that, I reloaded, took their proposal, went back up to the ship and said, I'm going to kill all them.
I'm sorry. While you guys are having this conversation, I've been looking at mods. There's a mod to add DualSense PS5 controllers to all the PC versions of the game. So you can fool people, make them think you're playing on PS5.
Wow.
Metacritic just went up 5 points.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
Now it is
go up
game of the
there.
generation.
My only way of killing the people on the ship is to overload their reactor. I can't just kill them all, loot them all, and leave.
Yeah.
Because I can't get the keys off the captain of the ship because she won't die either. That's a limitation that you don't see in Baldur's Gate 3.
Fair enough.
And so that's when we come to role playing, which I think is very much. I understand how you view role playing, but there are plenty of people who view like a Japanese RPG as I'm role playing as that character as well.
Guys,
So it's
one thing I will say, and I don't mean to cut you, but we're running a little late. But one thing I will say is, just like there was that conversation.
I do have a hard stop at 2, by the way.
Yeah, I want to get out of here as soon as I can.
Yeah,
just
we can close it up. But
just like there is a conversation where people are like, well, it's kind of like No Man's Sky, but they yada 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 at the middle because there's so much more to it. You can say the same thing about the RPG-ness, right? You're comparing Baldur's Gate 3, which is it's all there to just be this hard CRPG. That's all it's there for. There's no space exploration. There's nothing else. It's just the CRPG-ness, right? I would say, and that's the reason why I still say that Starfield is a cut above. Yes, it will not compare favorably in every single aspect to this CRPG, just like it won't compare favorably in every aspect to a space survivor sim like No Man's Sky. There are certain places where, oh well, No Man's Sky does this better. Oh well, but Baldur's Gate does that better. But the fact that it has the ability, and Pixelbit G said it really good in the chat some time ago, and I give you credit for it. The fact that you can say that Starfield has Mass Effect in it as a mini game, right? It has No Man's Sky in it as a mini game. All those other games are in this game. Yes, certain snippets were made in order to smooth it out, right? To add it to this world and make it all conducive. But all of those other games are by and large in this game whole cloth. And that's what makes this, to a large degree, to a degree that is satisfying to whichever genre you bring to it.
When people say Mass Effect is in Starfield,
yes,
they don't, but think about Mass Effect.
Well, but hold on.
You're doing it's still the team building mechanic and all that stuff, right?
No, there's more than that. There's more than that. Mr. Pixelbit G, you know what I'm talking about. I know, Slow-Mo, you're just starting this. There was a time and a place we will reconvene, we will talk, and then when I say it's all Mass Effect, you'll go, I get it. You don't get it right now.
I'm talking about level of quality when it comes to those aspects.
Even Everborn Saga will agree with me. Do you disagree with me, Everborn Saga? He is not where we are, and as such, he doesn't know what I mean.
You gotta get further in the game, I do.
Slow-Mo's wet behind the ears. That's why he's not putting respect on Starfield's name. I understand that. That makes sense for me.
When you get
to a certain hold on. If you're going to say I am doubtful that this game does what Mass Effect does as good as Mass Effect does, absolutely,
don't say that. Don't say that. That's not what I'm saying. You heard what I said.
Triggered because you mentioned old BioWare, and then he got all.
See,
hey, look,
I'm used to
Sonic
triggering people.
is a drowned rat in a blue toilet bowl of
now
pollution.
He's resorted to Sonic name calling. Old school BioWare.
So we're done here, ladies and gentlemen. We're done here. All I'm saying, Slow-Mo, honestly.
Can you build ships in Baldur's Gate? Can you customize your ships and build them now? Is that
you can customize your people far more than better?
But you can't build ships. Though,
absolutely.
Can you?
You know,
no, you can't.
Okay, all right.
You can change the underwear on your characters.
All the humans in Baldur's Gate look like actual humans. Okay.
Yes, and we get it. And you can sleep with goats. I understand.
Humans are the only species.
You can romance anything in Baldur's Gate. You can't even romance your whole companion crew in Starfield.
You better step your persuasion game up, sir.
Oh no, you don't. I got Barrett coming after me. Remember?
Hey. On that note, though, we can all admit, and with Slow-Mo here, we can finally establish that we have a new, well-established, proper Barrett for Black video game character. Can we agree?
Oh yeah, he's
yes,
as far as personality goes, he's way better than I pity the fool.
Salute to the real Barrett. I just want to ask an actual serious question, right? For those who have played both. Do we think people will be playing longer? After they've completed the game, will it be Starfield or will it be Baldur's Gate?
Of course, it'll be Starfield.
Starfield is going to be the conversation next generation too. So let's just not even talk. That's why
I'm saying, not answer our question?
That is why I preface this whole thing by saying we're comparing a next gen, we're comparing a game of the year to a game of the generation. That's what I think we're doing. But okay, let's stop the poll because we've had 184 folks vote in our poll, and finally. The end result is 49% of our audience says it is game of the generation, followed by 32% of the audience saying game of the year. Then we have 11% saying good, not great, and then 7% saying Tears of the Kingdom and Baldur's Gate 3 say hi. So it's an interesting breakout. It's I don't hate that.
You know what's hilarious? Sea of Stars is gonna end up winning because that's the real.
Oh, it's just gonna come out of nowhere and just be like, bam, Switzerland.
Yes, and none of us played it. You gotta get up there, yo.
Yeah. Sea of Stars is so good. Yo, Sea of Stars is getting nominated. I'm telling you right now.
No person who's spent more than 10 hours in Starfield will say that.
That don't mean that. What's that got to do with Sea of Stars? Is still good. Just because you ain't play it,
are you admitting that you only had 10 hours in Starfield, Slow-Mo?
No.
Huh?
Oh, he doesn't even have 10 hours in Starfield. I don't think so.
What?
How far have you been in Starfield?
Wait. I have 30 hours in Starfield.
Oh, yes, 30. Okay. Because you started on the 6th. You started on the 6th, though.
I started Tuesday evening, and I have 30 hours. In
all right. Some of us has like 3 days plus. It is what it is.
You guys paid extra to do all that. That's fine.
That's true. That's true.
I came in when Game Pass said you can play it now, and I said, cool.
I wear my Consolation Edition proudly, sir. It is what it is.
No doubt.
But I'm dead serious. Play Sea of Stars. It's good.
It's on my list, 100%. If it wasn't for Starfield, it would have definitely been played. It's on the list, and it's still part of Game Pass. So maybe I'll throw it on something. We'll see.
And
I need a palate cleanser anyway.
I think it's just as good as Chained Echoes that came out last year.
Okay.
All my slander aside, I'm super hyped to play BG3.
There you go. I need a palate cleanser. So I've been trying to find one. So maybe Sea of Stars will be that for me.
No chance Sea of Stars is getting played this year, but I am gonna buy it.
My favorite game of all time is Chrono Trigger. Okay. There's a particular cave in Sea of Stars where they took the Chrono Trigger, the music when you're walking around, in the present day time of the world in Chrono Trigger, the music that plays, they remixed that music and put it in that cave.
So they basically like spoke directly to you, kind of what Bomb Rush Cyberpunk did for me. I almost
cried. I was just like, I know this music.
There we go. See,
That's how they got you.
This is what got me for Bomb Rush. I spent 3 days like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing. And baby, like, come on now, Starfield coming out. Right? It is what it is. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I actually have to go back to Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. That's my palate cleanser. I need to do that. But all right.
That's on my list too, because I'm a big fan
it.
of Jet Set Radio.
Yes, you should definitely play it. We are at the end of this episode. We're almost at 4 hours. We're actually at 4 hours with a few seconds to go. We're basically a 4-hour podcast now. Thank you, all of y'all for being here. First off, from jump, let me see some housekeeping notes before I forget. I will be on Xbox Era later today with John and Jesse. So I think maybe Special Nick might be out, so I might be filling in for them as well. They asked me to be there. Huge honor anytime they ask me to be on. So I will be on there. So thank you guys so much for having me. So come check me out if I'm not completely talked out of this podcast after this 4-hour epic anyway. Other than that, another thing that will be slanderous that I will not allow any rebuttals. Your boy is selling the Rogue Ally. If anybody's interested,
so he could buy that Lenovo.
No.
I told y'all what you're gonna have.
Make a space.
So
the check. This is your Lenovo rep. This is your Lenovo producer.
It comes with 2 terabytes of storage, which will be included for free.
We're trying to wire you the money, Kay, but we think we may have got a couple of numbers mixed up on your bank account. Could you repeat
Why am
that
I selling the Rogue Ally?
You?
I am selling the Rogue Ally because my AKO Zoe Pro is on its way back, baby, and I am so excited. Needless to say, catch more of that talk Monday nights. Myself, John Wolf, Gamers Playground.
This
Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap.
Gaming Circle Podcast.
Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap.
The Lenovo
Where can the
handheld.
fine people find you, good sir?
Well, you can find me on Damage Per Second Podcast. That's
there you
DPS
go.
Podcast with my co-host Gaming Forte. We go live Thursday nights 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We dual stream it on the DPS channel as well as whether go back and forth on our own personal channels. Last episode was awesome. We had on Creative Kofi, who I would call is the JRPG extraordinaire. We had on Still Rain from Living Split Screen, the homie Still Rain. He had great opinions, great passion. And we also had the man with the million, Randolph Thor. All 5 of us on there talked about Starfield, talking about Forza, Motorsport, just talking all the various topics that have popped up, including, Nintendo Switch 2 and all that good stuff. So you can check that out on either the DPS channel or Gaming Forte's channel for that from last Thursday. I appreciate the invite. I appreciate poking the bear. It felt good. I enjoy slandering things.
Just feels weird, sir.
That was a BG3 reference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Poking certain bears. Like, what are we talking about?
Oh man, yeah. In more ways than one. In more ways than one. But no, like, I'm glad I was invited on. I anytime you guys want me to come on and just talk gaming, I'm here for it. So much love to you guys. And Everborn, as you know, the blue rat will lose. Blue rat will always lose.
Captain Pixelbit G, sir.
Yes, sir.
Much like Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap, you are an unofficial member of the show. Anytime you feel like jumping on, you have the link. Link never changes. You can come and keep everyone honest right in the chat or actually on the show. We appreciate you being here, sir. Tell the people where they can catch you and all the hammers that you lay down on people on X.
You can find me under Pixelated G on the app formerly known as Twitter. Appreciate letting y'all let me come in here and hijack a quick minute. It was supposed to be a quick minute, but once me and Slow-Mo get at it, we get at it. You know what I'm saying? So, as always, a pleasure to be on here with you guys. I'm gonna be on PTK Blam's show tonight at 9 o'clock.
Excellent.
So, you can catch me talking my shit over there. And then I'll be on Wilmy Hood tomorrow, Sunday at 7.
Shout out to Wilmy Hood.
Yeah. Shout out
gotta
to
get
Wilmy.
back on there.
Yeah, I'm finally gonna get a chance to put some slander on with the hood.
When you getting the channel set up, man?
We're waiting.
You gonna stop effing around.
I am in the process. of setting up something for myself. I actually do have a channel, but I just don't do anything with it. So
okay,
but yeah, I'm planning to start streaming some stuff on there, and I'm gonna start having my little show thing. So
and
it's
you know
coming
what?
soon. Yeah.
Speaking of channels, right? We ain't saying nothing now, but I will say, and I'll kick it to Mr. Everborn Saga. There's some interesting, exciting things in the background that we're talking about with certain creators in our community. More to come on that. Mr. Everborn Saga, I've been waiting for you to help me turn on the memberships on this channel because we need some slanderous emojis, sir. Where are we on that?
Yes, sir.
And where can the fine people find you?
Working on it. Before we get to the where to find people can find me, it is now official. Starfield on Steam is up to 293 concurrent players. This is now
we are also 4 hours into the podcast.
Surpassed Skyrim on Steam, which
boy.
had a peak of 283K concurrent. But anyway, you can find me on Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, X, what's the Instagram, all that stuff.
Threads,
Instagram, Facebook, Threads. There you go.
Yeah,
all of that.
Blue Sky.
Everborn Saga. Yes, right. I'm Everborn Saga everywhere.
All 5 of us on Threads.
Right.
And 3 of us on Blue Sky.
Right. And go to everbornsaga.com. You can see the comics we have. We are right on the cusp of Ariel's Adventure Chapter 2. I promise it's coming soon. It is going to be a huge book and it will be worth the wait, and the Kickstarter thing will go up soon. I know everybody's tired of hearing me saying it, but slow and steady wins the race. We have a lot of things in production. everbornsaga.com. You know the rest.
Speaking of slow, we'll let Slow-Mo's chat.
Starfield is the game of the generation.
We will let Slow-Mo's chat get the last word here, because of course we're continuing that tradition of putting super chats out and letting Questy say things that will slander him. But all right, here we go. $5 super chat from the member of the panel, and I guess we'll leave out with this. He says, Lenovo says they'll pay you more, K, if you say BG3 is better than Starfield. Additionally, Valve is also asking you to burn that ROG Ally instead. See, and that right there is telling me that is why Starfield is a better game than BG3, because that's the kind of Sophie's choice.
Yeah,
that's the kind of
buddy.
Sophie's choice you get in Starfield and not in BG3. Have a good weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice to be in orbit.